Alright guys, welcome back to another stream. Today we're going to be starting a full playthrough of Castlevania Curse of Darkness. This is the second game during the PS2 and Xbox era. The first one, as I just mentioned in chat, was on PS2 only, and that was Castlevania Lament of Innocence, which we actually did on stream a couple years ago. I'm going to post it there in chat for those of you guys that might want to add it to your watch later list or something like that. But yeah, this one's been requested a lot, actually. I never really liked this one when it first came out, but I revisited it last week on Twitch, ran through the whole thing, and I ended up enjoying it a lot more than I did in my first playthrough right when it first released. So yeah, I'm warmed up to the game now. So we're gonna go ahead and start a full playthrough here. You know, for those of you guys that are kind of new to my channel, one of my goals on my channel is to pretty much do a playthrough of just about every version of Castlevania out there. And so yeah, we finally made our way to Curse of Darkness, and yeah, it should be a fun playthrough. I know a lot of you guys enjoy this one as well. I made a community status update on my YouTube page a couple weeks ago saying I was playing through it on Twitch, and a lot of you guys were like, man, I really like this game, yada yada yada. So I know a bunch of you guys are looking forward to this. So but yeah, I'm really not sure how long this is going to be. It took me probably 20 hours to go through this on Twitch. I tried getting almost everything I could in the game, or at least I tried covering most of my map. I tried finding, you know, figuring out how to get to a lot of the secret areas and things like that. And I also grinded out a lot. I was at a really high level when I finished the game, as well as, you know, all my familiars were at high levels as well. So there is a grinding aspect to this game if you want to do that. Now, if you want to just speed run through the game and just use skill on your bosses and things like that, you do have this thing called Perfect Guard, just like you do in Lament of Innocence. So you could technically try to just rush through it as fast as possible. I actually looked up a speedrun video right before starting this, and I think it's like an hour and 40 minutes or something like that if you want to just blaze right through it. But we're not going to be doing that. We're going to be playing it a little more standard. So I am going to be killing pretty much all the enemies I see, so you know, my character can level up, and so my familiars can level up, just to make some of the later bosses in the game a little bit easier. But yeah, for those of you guys wondering, we are playing this on PlayStation 2, so Lament of Innocence was only on PS2, but Curse of Darkness was actually multi-platform. They released it on PS2 and the original Microsoft Xbox. I might have wanted to play the Xbox version. I'm not sure how the load times compare, but they might be faster. If anyone out there can verify, let me know. But my Xbox is busted, so I had to resort to the PS2 version. So my playthrough on Twitch last week was actually my very first playthrough of the PS2 version. When the game first came out back in 2005, I had only, you know, I got the Xbox version, because usually multi-platform games back then were typically better on Xbox. Not always, but oftentimes they would run at better frame rates, they would look smoother, less flickery and things like that, and sometimes better texture detail, maybe even extra features, because sometimes the Xbox version would come later. But yeah, we're playing this one on PlayStation 2, so for those of you guys wondering, because I know I am going to get the question, I'm running my PlayStation 2 through the XRGB FrameMeister upscaler, which has really good deinterlacing, and so the picture quality might look fairly crisp as a result. So you're not going to see, you know, the normal 480i or 480 interlaced, you know, bobbing up and down of the image, the shaky image, which the PlayStation 2 was kind of notorious for. So, is this the one with the familiars? Yes, it is. Yep, yeah. So, John Evan, welcome back. Micah, welcome back. Micah, welcome back. And welcome to everyone else. I tried saying hi to almost everyone that popped in. I know I probably missed a couple people, but thanks everyone for stopping in. Should be a fun stream. So let me actually pull something up here real quick. I actually meant to do something before I started and I completely forgot. So I wanted to give a shout out to our recent donors and whatnot. So, but first off, thanks to everyone that's continuing to support my channel via places like Patreon. As usual, if you guys want to get some Let's Plays early, if you want to have early access to content, considering pitching in on Patreon. Also, thanks to everyone that's currently backing the channel via channel memberships, very much like Patreon, except you're doing it through YouTube, and you get some funky emotes. But yeah, shout-outs to Tony Hayden, Constantine, Jeff Smith, and Carl R., who all did Super Chat donations on Saturday's Doom stream. We did Doom on 3DO with a twist. That archive's up if anyone wants to check that out. Also, huge shout out to guys that donated last week. So Lance Rangel, B Retro Gamer, Mark Havener, Red Zero Ranger, and Adam Pearson, who all did super chats on my Capcom Generation 2 stream, which was the Ghosts and Goblins collection for Saturn. So thank you guys for that. So, but alrighty, let's go ahead and get a new game started here. I thought about skipping all the cutscenes because honestly, a lot of them, especially in the early game, are kind of bad. You know, some of the animation's fine, but like the way the characters act and whatnot, most characters in this game are very unlikable. So it's just, yeah, I don't know. Well, I think we'll let it roll out though. So, but all right, let's go ahead and name our file here. So I've got one for Twitch, and now I'm gonna have one for YouTube. So there we go. Go ahead and hit start and accept, and yes, that is correct. Now I've got two files for Twitch, so I'm just going to overwrite this top one here. The bottom one is actually after I beat the game, and so after you beat the game, you can reload your save file, and you can go back through the castle, try to find extra stuff. You can also access the boss rush mode, which is kind of interesting. So, hey Jules. Castlevania 64 was the first 3D Castlevania, yeah.
A great war raged between Dracula and humanity. Just when it seemed that there was no hope for mankind to prevail, out of the darkness and despair, a champion arose. A true-blooded vampire hunter named Trevor Belmont. Belmont and his comrades triumphantly slew Lord Dracula. A truly glorious victory for all. However, the evil one did not pass from this world in silence. With his final words, Lord Dracula left a demonic curse that enshrouded all of Europe in misery and torment. Ravaged by hideous plague and dire famine, the people's hearts turned black and murderous. The weak were slain without pity, while the land was pillaged and scourged without remorse. 3 years have passed since the death of Lord Dracula, and the invocation of Dracula's curse.
Even though Dracula's curse was already in effect, if you're going by NES lore, but you know, whatever, it's neither here nor there. Oh, great, there's more. I actually skipped through all this when I played this last week. I just jumped right into the game.
Show yourself, Isaac! I know you're here!
I'm gonna be yelling like this for the whole playthrough. This is Hector.
Hector! Is that you?
I finally tracked you down.
You tracked me down. I was the one who lured you here. Hector, the fool who betrayed our Lord Dracula.
That matters not. I've come to exact my revenge upon you.
for the death of Rosalie!
Oh, and how will you have this revenge? When you are utterly at my mercy, you relinquished your powers. You couldn't even protect your own woman. And now...
Chris, thank you, man.
Me.
Spider
Lord
1A.
Dracula is gone, but his powers are still here in Valatia. Even you must realize.
Sorry, I didn't have my speakers plugged in, so we didn't hear the crash sound. Sorry, Chris. But thanks a lot, man. What a horrible night to have a curse, but a terrific day for some Austin.
Conjured matter can be transformed into a hellish devil. There are but 2 humans who possess this magnificent power.
Yeah, this is just awful exposition that is completely unneeded.
Yes,
Let's just
you are lasting shame.
spread everything out on a silver platter so the idiot player understands exactly what's going
You
on.
have no choice. Without it, I could crush you in an instant.
Stuff like this is why I can't take some game storylines too seriously these days.
It's fine. Now would it? You deserve a most gruesome fate for the humiliation you brought upon me 3 years ago. Bereft of the power of devil forging, you cannot hope to pursue me.
Yeah, totally, Micah. I really liked what they did with him.
You will reclaim your powers. And then
I mean, he's actually a likable character in the TV show.
But, in the end, the glorious vengeance you seek will not be yours.
Yeah, less talk, more walk. Exactly.
Wait! Isaac!
He was hiding in a big-ass castle. Sure took some tracking. Yeah, right?
So be it. I must descend into darkness and reclaim that accursed power once more.
Oh, trust me, Micah. Pretty much everyone will annoy you in this.
Down like the beast you are! I will
I'm gonna keep yelling even though he can't hear me anymore! Rah! But yeah, Chris, Spider1A, thanks again for that super chat, dude. Alright, so I know I'm just kind of being funny. I'm not gonna be a dick like that for the whole playthrough. But what I want to do here first is actually, is this the right way? So what I wanted to do is actually turn around. Yeah, this is the right way. Because there's a couple items I can get here at the very beginning. Assuming it's opened it up. I'm pretty sure it's still open up. Downside is I don't have my quick step right now, which means that I'm going to have to be meandering around at a really slow pace like this for, you know, the first... Well, I think you get your quick step pretty early. So, I'm also going to be skipping a lot of the candles in this, but just like Lament of Innocence, you do have candles spread all over the, you know, the areas. A lot of times they'll drop money or sometimes occasionally hearts, sometimes items, potions, things like that. Usually nothing really important. But there is something I wanted to mention here. Is that if you have a Curse of... Not a Curse of Darkness. We're playing Curse of Darkness. If you have a Lament of Innocence save file... The Moai appears here, so if you play Lament of Innocence and you've got data on your memory card, you want to pick this up. It's got one of 2 really good benefits. One, it can sell for a lot of money, so if you want to buy some, like, some items at the very beginning of the game, you can sell the Moai head and do that. Or, I believe it also replenishes your health, so you can use it as a consumable. And so you can save it for later parts of the game that are... much tougher, so... Yeah, no, the quick step in this game, unfortunately, the quick step is the fastest way to move. And so to quick step, you have to hold the guard button, which is R1, and then you press jump and hold forward into a direction. And you don't even go that far with it, but as you guys will see once we get it, we're basically going to be quick stepping through the entire game. And it gets so tedious holding down that button combination and constantly timing the jump button. So it's like guard, jump, 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 jump. We're going to be doing that thousands of times. Literally thousands of times over the course of the playthrough. Imagine like backdashing through Symphony of the Night, which is what I usually like to do to cut down the time quite a bit. But it taking way longer and having to do it way more. So... And these hallways are super long, and unfortunately super uninteresting too. That's one of the big issues with Curse of Darkness, and a reason why some people don't like it that much is level design wise, it's even more bland than Lament of Innocence, and that's really saying something. But where this game shines is just the general gameplay. I mean, the combat is pretty fun. And then once you start diving into weapon creation and leveling up your familiars and things like that, it becomes a lot more interesting and a lot more fun. So this is a game that really requires you to dive into its various gameplay systems. And this is a memorial ticket. Warps us to the last registered save point. So what I'm going to do is actually come in here, save my progress for one, and then I'm going to register this as a memorial ticket location. And then we're probably going to end up using that memorial ticket later on. So we'll register it here. And this will help with backtracking over the course of the game. If you do this frequently, and you take advantage of those memorial tickets. Is Hector part of the Belmont clan? No. He is not. Most Castlevania music creators have a spot in heaven waiting. Yeah, this was done by, I think her name was Michiru Yamane, or something like that. I always butcher Japanese games, but she did a lot of Castlevania soundtracks. So, right now we have a sword weapon. And you know what, like I said, I'm just going to skip the candles, because pretty much every candle that drops money in this early part of the game is only going to give me like $1. So it's not even really worth messing around with. So I'm just going to skip them just to speed things up a little bit. It really does slow you down. If you were like me on my last playthrough and you try to whack every single candle that comes along your way, your playthrough is going to take much, much longer. And there we go. There's our quick step. So now this is how we're going to be playing pretty much the rest of the game. Like this. Although I need the double quick step now in order to really keep things going better. So with swords and axes, or certain types of axes, you have specific attack chains. So you've got your regular attack, which is done by pressing square. And then you've got sort of a finisher attack, which is on circle. So you can do square circle to do this, and you can just combo them back and forth if you time it right. This is very powerful and fairly quick. If you do square, square, circle, he'll throw his sword just like that. Very handy as well. Square, square, circle. Square, 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 circle. Finishes it with this. And then some swords will have a fifth attack. But this sword apparently does not. So if I do square, 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 I can't finish it. So square, 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 circle. That's the highest the combo can go. Now the combos will increase based on the weapon that you're using. And now you've also got knuckle-based weapons, you've got spears, you've got special weapons. We're mainly just going to be, you know, priming swords and some axes over the course of this playthrough. Enemies will drop materials, and we'll also find other materials in the game as well. But as you get materials, you can hit start and bring up your menu here. Unfortunately, we haven't actually unlocked the combined feature. But we will in a little bit. I'll explain that. You can basically combine materials with weapons to concoct, you know, better weapons and armor. Now, one thing I really hate about this game is that the camera controls are reversed and you cannot change it from left to right on the right analog stick. So it takes a long time to get used to. I'm used to it now, but when I first started playing the game, I was like, who thought this was a good idea? So moving the analog stick right moves the camera left, and so on and so forth. It's like... Even back then, very few games did it like that, so I don't know. It just annoys me they didn't give you the option to flip the horizontal axis on the right analog stick. Yeah, and you know what? In regards to a remaster, we were talking when I was playing this last week that, like, I personally, and not just me, but I think a lot of people feel like this one was probably rushed out. Like, the level design itself is super basic, and if they did a remaster, they could really flesh things out and make the areas a lot more interesting, make the castle flow better, maybe even give Hector some kind of run functionality. This is not a run. This is like a cozy jog. Yeah, so we just got a castle map. We can hit select to bring up our map. And there we go. If you press the D-pad up or down, you can actually go up the floors just to, you know, to analyze the map. Its first castle is pretty large, actually. It's got several floors to it. But we're just going to go ahead and just keep pushing forward. But yeah, I would love to see a remaster, or not just a remaster, but like a full-on remake, you know? That would be really cool. Because there's a lot of potential in this game. Like, I don't think it's a bad game. I just don't think it's anywhere near as awesome as it could have been. I think with the familiar system and things like that, they nailed that part, but then, like, dropped the ball on actual level design. So, it's a fun game, but it's definitely not a top-tier Castlevania game. Or non-linear Castlevania game, I should say. I always try to divide the linear games, or mark a line between the linear games and the non-linear games. This is one of the non-linear ones. But yeah, the combat is really fun, especially once you start like quick guarding or perfect guarding, as well as, you know, messing around with your different familiars. And the upgrade system for your familiars is also very complicated. And honestly, a little overwhelming at first. Even with the strategy guide, I still don't have a perfectly clear idea on what I'm doing with the familiars. I'll explain it once we can start upgrading them. All right, so this chest I can't actually access yet. But we're actually going to be able to after this room. These green doors lead to familiar rooms. This is how you'll get your familiars in the game.
Is it coming from that tombstone? How conscientious of him. He carved the instructions into stone along with the most difficult visualization. So,
I'm just gonna talk to myself so the player knows what's going on, even though it's really hokey and unnatural.
Heed my words, O great powers of darkness. Release him of the tortured souls. Let me infuse him with my life force and awaken him to the world of the living. Immaculate being, appear before me now!
But it's already before you.
Well, well. Devil forging, isn't it? Never seen that before. Quite impressive. It's enough to make your blood run cold.
Who are you?
Oh, my apologies, my lord. I should have offered an introduction. I go by Zed. I'm here for one purpose only. To purify this land of the pestilent curse which infects it.
I see.
You, on the other hand, are pursuing the other Devil Forge Master, are you not? The one you seek fled toward the chapel on the other side of the mountain. He made his escape through the back of the castle.
What concern is this to you?
He is the one protecting the curse. Ergo, he is an impediment to me, and to all those who abide in this land.
I see. Very well. I, Hector, thank you for your help. Now, if you'll forgive me, I must be on my way.
He's questioning this man's existence and purpose, yet doesn't, like, flinch at all to those rocks floating around him. Okay, so this is an innocent devil. These are basically your familiars in the game. And so what we're going to do is just add some... I don't know. We'll just leave it at Sue. It just generates these names automatically. It can give you different names. So it's going to automatically equip this fairy. And what I like to do is on the left-hand side, you can use your D-pads to move it up and down. I prefer leaving it on command. When I first played this game a long time ago, I left it on automatic for the most part and just let the fairy, or just my familiars, just kind of do their own thing. It's a lot more fun if you leave it on command. See, you'll notice that the fairy has a heal command, heal level 1. And so I can use heal when I want it to and not just have it do it automatically. Dragon crest, a crest made from a carved dragon bone. Looks like it should be placed into something somewhere. So we're going to need that later. But yeah, the fairy, this is our first familiar. And now, when you kill enemies, they're going to drop crystals. Eventually. Maybe they're not going to drop them yet. Now, the fairy's life bar is, you know, up there in the top left, right below mine. It's that pink bar. Now, when you use their abilities, it'll use up their hearts like it's a magic meter or magic points. But it's also their health bar. If the familiar dies, they'll remain dead until you pick up a bunch of hearts, and then they'll just revive themselves. Alright, so let's see our system here. So we got summon, and let's do send back, which should, you know, throw her away for a little bit. And summon again. Now we can bring her back. Yeah, so you'll notice on the bottom there, it says eat. And you'll notice that there are 5 different, you know, categories. So red is swords, blue is axes, green is spears, yellow is fists. Question mark is special weapons, which we're not going to mess around. We're actually not really going to mess around with spears, fists, or special weapons because I want this to go relatively quickly. So enemies will start dropping these crystals according to the weapon type that you're using. So if you're using a sword, enemies will drop red crystals. And as the familiars, you know, collect those crystals, they will work towards evolving. And depending on where they evolve depends on the types of weapons that you're using. And that's where I recommend having some kind of strategy guide or something like that to figure out where your familiar is going. Let's see. Let me go here real quick. Okay. I guess that's it. Alright, never mind. We'll mess around with that later. Hey, Darian, welcome to the stream. Brody, welcome to the stream. I know we've probably had some other people in here I missed. So you know what I did? Or what I talked about? Really what I should do is I should use my memorial ticket to speed things up. So item, usable items, memorial ticket. And now I don't have to traverse down these long hallways because we're going to have to go back to this safe spot anyway. I don't think there were any other split paths. So this is exactly what I was talking about. Like, you kind of want to make good use of your... got a spam phone call. You want to make good use of your memorial tickets if you want to avoid... you know, retreading your tracks, you know, too often in this game. Although, there is a benefit to, you know, repeating the same hallways again and again. It's that you will get crystals and you'll get experience points. And so, you know, that definitely helps. How much into Castlevania are you? It's one of my favorite game franchises ever. And I've got playthroughs of almost every Castlevania game on my channel. The last few games that I need to cover are mostly 3D titles. So we've got this. We got the Lords of Shadow series, Mirror of Fate. And a couple of the more mediocre 2D ones, like Legends on Game Boy. Yeah, no, I've got a Castlevania playlist on my channel for anyone that's curious or anyone that's new here. You know, I think it's got over like 50 videos on it. Yeah, no, it's one of my favorites. Always been one of my favorites. Alright, bestiary. So now we can look at enemy statistics and whatnot, just like in some other Metroidvania, Castlevania titles. If I get a big enemy on the screen like this, what I like to do is try to take out the small guys first. And that should be that. Yep, I played... I actually really like the 64 games. I used to play them a lot back in the day. But yeah, I've done both of those on my stream as well. Yep. Alright. So we go this way. Yeah, they have lots of great atmosphere, the 64 games. It's something they don't get nearly enough credit for. So what I could do is actually use heal level 1 and then grab a heart, and the hearts replenish your innocent devil's health bar. That's another save spot. We'll go ahead and save it. Am I gonna play the whole game? Yes. Not in one sitting, most likely. I am gonna try to take this as far as I can, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to beat the whole game in one sitting. But we're definitely doing a full playthrough in multiple streams at the very least. Am I going to attempt any of the towers? Definitely going to do the first tower once we get to it. The other tower depends on what level I'm at the end of the game. I did beat the second tower on Twitch earlier this week, which is the first time I did that, which is pretty cool. But I was also like super high level, so... Now, you can also lock onto enemies by pressing R2. It's a little fickle. I don't typically use it. What I like to do is just play normally. Kind of like if I'm playing Dark Souls without locking onto enemies. It's actually very similar to that. So I might have to come back here. What do you get for completing the tower? So the first tower... You get an item that either... I don't remember if the item extends your... How many, like, familiars you can have at once, or if it's the item that extends your accessory slots. I don't remember. We'll find out when we get there. I don't have all the item locations memorized in this game. There's a lot to memorize in this game, and I've only beaten the game twice over the years, so... This is, like, in last week was my second playthrough. Because again, when the game first came out, I didn't like it very much. And you know, for that 15 years between that and my second playthrough last week, I've always had a negative opinion about the game. But that changed after playing through it last week. Alright, so there's another material. Not going to use it right now. I'm just going to stick with this regular sword for a little bit until we get some more materials. All that wine gone to waste. Alright, let's actually go down this way. Yeah, the golden bones, yep. But it's just a material. Now there's going to be a mechanic later on where you can steal items from enemies, which it's kind of a neat mechanic. It's a mechanic that you really have to use if you want to get the best materials in the game. But there are really great materials that are either, you know, hidden or at very difficult locations like the end of the second tower, or there are materials that are really tough to get because you have to steal them from, say, more advanced enemies or bosses. We're not going to be doing that. Like I said, we're going to be playing pretty basic here. you're going to see me using this attack a lot. The 1-2-3 combo. Let's go ahead and go this way. This will probably take me back up. But I just want to make sure I've cleared all the areas. Because again, I don't remember where everything is. There's a ton to memorize in this game. And making sure I've covered all the map areas that I can means that I've killed all the enemies that I can. And I've leveled up and whatnot. You can also find one early in the save point before the Wyvern fight. Really? I did not know that. I'm going to have to, you guys will have to point that out once we get to it. I don't think the Wyvern was the first boss. I think he was the second boss. That's really good to know. Yeah, Spike Paws, that is definitely a highlight of the game. The soundtrack is excellent. It's a very good soundtrack. And since it was done by the lady that did a bunch of the handheld Castlevanias, it ends up sounding a lot like some of the later DS games in particular. It's really something. I think the hardest task of the original Castlevania 64 was the dual tower. Had some really nasty platforming. And you had to do the whole thing in one swoop. Like, if you died anywhere in the dual tower, you had to restart the whole thing. So, yeah. The nitro part, actually, I didn't find that difficult. You just had to not... Yeah, well... I don't know. I would say the nitro part was probably one of the other hard points in the game. Yeah, because now that I'm remembering it, I'm remembering the gears part where you've got to do some really tight platforming. It wasn't really hard dodging enemies in like the last stretch. It was a lot of the platforming that you had to deal with that made it difficult. So there are a lot of rooms like this where you just get locked into place and you've got to clear out the enemies before the gates will drop. Now, dual tower in Legacy of Darkness was made a lot easier. So for anyone that's played the first Castlevania on 64 but not the second one, I definitely recommend the second one because they remixed pretty much most of the levels in the game. So certain levels are easier. I think other levels are harder, but the hardest levels in Castlevania 64 I think were made easier in Legacy of Darkness. Alright, so now we can combine materials. And what's nice about the fairy is if you're near a secret, she'll start, you know, blabbering. Being like, hey! Check this out. That sort of thing. Alright, so now we can go to our combination menu here. And, so if you go to the ones with question marks on them, you can upgrade. So let's go ahead and do our sword here, which is a foil. Not a fan of the foils. Well, it's not that I'm not a fan. It's that, I prefer to, you know, use regular swords over the foils. Or the rapier type weapons. Alright, so I'm not going to bother with knuckles. Axes, I do want to upgrade. So once I get a short sword, we'll be able to make an axe, which will probably be better. But what I will do is I will equip the foil just to show it off. And we've just got some armor, which is good. No accessories yet, and you can get a third accessory slot. Now you can see how this attacks really fast. It doesn't do as much damage, but it attacks faster, and a lot of people will play with these types of weapons because they do attack so rapidly. And they do have some interesting attacks. Boom, just like that. Alright, so now we can finally get some evolution crystals. And again, I'm going to be using axes and swords for most of the playthrough. So my familiar is going to be upgrading in a very particular way over the course of this run. Am I going to do Trevor mode? Not in this run, no. But what I'm thinking about doing is doing a second set of streams where I do Trevor mode. Because I've never beaten Trevor mode, and I would like to. So you guys can expect some follow-up streams. Not sure if that'll be in October or shortly after. So I've got a bunch of other streams lined up for October. Now you're going to see me constantly rotating the camera around because you'll notice the camera angle is, in Lament of Innocence, it's zoomed out. You can see much of the arenas, but in this game, it's really up close, and you can't do anything about it. And so, like, I wanna zoom around and make sure that I haven't missed anything. Getting materials. Yeah, Trevor mode is very basic. It's kind of like, you know, you just, there's no leveling up system. There are no familiars. It's, you know, basically just run through the same hallways, fight the bosses, and then beat the game. Now, these guys, if you see them mixed with other enemies, what you want to do is take them out first, because they have a tendency of buffing other enemies in the arena. Now, unlike Lament of Innocence, a lot of these enemies aren't nearly as dangerous as they were in that game. These mage-type enemies in particular. But you still want to take them out because they will buff other enemies, and that's dangerous. Go ahead and heal, since I'm going to get hearts. I don't know what these guys are doing. They're just running around aimlessly. And that's that. No, I haven't gotten the pumpkin one. I wouldn't mind trying to figure out how to do that on this run. But apparently, according to the strategy guide, it requires you to make the pumpkin mace. And then you have to find the pumpkin and, like, smack him on the head with it. I don't even know where the pumpkin is. Because I didn't see him on my last playthrough. But will we actually craft that maze? Probably not. And that's a required item in order to get him. So a lot of these enemy types, by the way, you will recognize from Lament of Innocence. Alright, so what I'm going to do is actually switch back to my regular sword. I think the foil might actually be better strength-wise. Oh, I can't! Because, that's right, I used my short sword to forge this weapon, so I actually have to use this. Not a big deal. We can stick with this for a while. Alright, that's a potion. So just like other Castlevanias, or Lament of Innocence in particular, you do get usable, consumable health items. Just like Laments, they are very limited on them. Regular potions you can only hold 5 of. High potions you can only hold 3. Then there are like the mega potions, XP I forgot what they would call them. But they give you your entire health bar back, and you can't buy them. You can only find them in the areas themselves. I don't know if there's a cap on those, but there's not many over the course of the game. Big rooms of enemies like this are really good for leveling up your familiars, getting crystals so you can evolve your familiars. So when I see rooms of enemies like this, I always go for them, because I'm always building towards something. And now we've got these chairs. So this is kind of a funny little gimmick in the game. You can find chairs. This one is a therapeutic chair. Low frequency waves soothe away your stiffness. This low price includes delivery and handling. Order now. There are some funny aspects to this game. Like, you can tell the dev team were kind of just joking around with some parts of this game. The chair mechanic is one of them. Now, apparently your chairs will appear in one of the towns later on in the game. I never did find that room, so again, if someone wants to point that out, let me know. I'd like to see that. So doing your regular attack and then your heavy at the end is good for these guys with shields. It'll kind of break through their shields. But I'd rather do the heavy attack with the axe or the regular sword. Yeah, I would agree. It's very gag heavy for sure. Like, some of your familiars in particular have the goofiest names. Moving, moving, moving. Alright, there we go. Now I can move faster. So 1, 2, 1, 2, just like that. That's how we're going to be moving for the rest of the game. Ah, there's another one. All right. Yeah, now I can speedrun. One of the derpiest speedruns. You've got to do your quick step all the way through the entire game. I pity the speedrunner that runs this game. Yeah, that's actually a really good point, Wave. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get that one on my last playthrough. And the shoulder ride mechanic is actually required from one of the blocked off areas later on in the game. Hey, Ronnie? Oh, man. Ugh. My sleep deprivation today is just hitting me like a brick wall. Ugh. There's a slight chance I might have to end the stream early tonight just so I can get some good rest. But hopefully we can keep this going as long as we can. Yeah, like I barely slept last night. Like 2 hours? It was bad. I tossed and turned for such a long time. But some of you guys probably know exactly how this feels. Like, you get so sleep deprived and you've worked all day, and by the end of the day you start to feel like you're just gonna get sick, you know? You're just burning the candle on both ends. But we'll see. I'm trying to figure out exactly where we're going. I'll just go here. My favorite Castlevania protagonist? I don't really have one. I don't really care that much, you know, to be honest with you. I don't usually go into games that deep to where, like, I'm starting to analyze protagonists and stuff like that. I just like the games and the gameplay. But I mean, if I have to give an answer, I'd say I'm probably just partial to Simon, because for one, he doesn't say anything. Two, it's just been the Belmont for my whole life, you know? I've been playing Castlevania since, you know, pretty much the NES game was available. And, you know, from a very young age. And so for me, Simon was the face of Castlevania for the longest time. I'd have to say Simon. Although I do like Shinoa from Order of Ecclesia. Alright, where are we? Ugh, for God's sake, man. Alright. I was trying to figure out where, like, those rooms linked up, but clearly I'm missing something here. But that's okay, we get to grind out on more enemies, because I'm going to have to anyway. Alright, there we go. This is where I need to be. Alright, so now we're going to be doing this for the rest of the game. And to time it just right, otherwise you'll do a second quick step and that'll actually slow you down. So you can attack in the air, just like this. This is actually kind of interesting. I didn't get time heal in my last playthrough. And I probably got it because I'm using a foil as opposed to an axe. I think I was using an axe around this point in time on my last playthrough. And I would like to switch to an axe because it's fairly powerful and it's got the attack combinations I like. Oh, come on, dude. Yeah, these guys in the beginning of the game are a little annoying to deal with because I don't have the perfect guard yet. It's something that you actually get a little bit later. I don't have a Discord. I do have a Discord, but it's patron only. So basically, only people that are backing my channel via Patreon or YouTube channel memberships get access to it. So it's closed off to the general public. Nice pose. There we go. Hey, Crestline. Alright, good stuff. Oh, it's all good, Darian. I appreciate it. I do all the thumbnails and stuff myself. It's usually pretty basic. But I appreciate the offer. You have to run around non-stop for an hour to get it. No, I didn't know that. That's interesting. Alright, what I'm going to do is actually, I'm going to go take a quick restroom break. I pounded down like a bunch of diet soda before I started my stream. And I'm going to get some water while I'm at it, just to rehydrate. So I'll be right back. Alright. No Patchy sightings yet. She's actually in the other room, just laying down. Hey, Mario. Welcome back. Quick, someone sit in his chair. Maybe it'll appear in the chair room in the game. Oh, man. All right. Alright, boss time. Now, I don't think I can combine... well, actually, no, I can create a short sword. That's right. And let me create a second one. The Gano. Alright, so let me actually equip the Gano. It does more damage. Hey, Mark. Alright, so what I like to do in this guy is just do the 1-2. So now your dodge roll in this, or your quick step, it does have invincibility frames. So just like, say, a Dark Souls game, you want to get used to boss patterns and try to quick step through their attacks. Now this guy has a second phase as well. Now my axe is kind of slow, so like I'm not able to quick step in time. Yeah, JD, for me, up until last week, it had been about 15 years. And that's that. Alright, first boss down. But unfortunately, there is a whole lot of this first castle I think that we missed because of, you know, your split routes. And if I really wanted to, I can go back downstairs to try to get those alternate routes. Let's see, that's the bottom floor. I thought there was, yeah, no. I thought I was missing something. Huh, maybe I'm fine. Maybe I got everything, actually. I thought there was like a split that I had missed, but I don't know. We'll forget about it. Yeah, there are a ton of weapons in this game, JD. Many of them require, you know, specialty crafting, like you need really, really good materials, or you need to have met specific requirements. Alright, so this is where we're going to get our perfect guard. Not right here specifically, but in this area. Later on in this area, we'll get our perfect guard. Alright, so this is our battle type. Our battle type Innocent Devil. Rwanda. Okay. That sure looks like a Rwanda. Alright, so these guys are quite powerful. And just like with the ferry, we're going to leave it on command mode. So it starts off with the Aura Blast, which is this one. Pretty powerful, especially good later on in the game. Now you'll notice that a chain message will pop up. And for the battle types, if you press your finisher attack right when that message pops up, you can actually just mash the button as it pops up. Your familiar will actually go straight to the enemy and attack them. It's a good way of doing lots of damage really fast. Alright, so we can actually... no, this isn't the place I was thinking of. There are a couple places in this area that you'll want to come back to. But you'll have to have other abilities in order to access them. The way that, just to FYI, man, I have played this game, so yeah, I know about the different combos and stuff like that. So. This is not a first-time playthrough, for anyone wondering. The more advanced advice? Sure. But really basic advice? No, you don't need to give me basic advice. Appreciate it, but it's unnecessary. Hector's always been one of the more interesting characters to you. Hey, Retro Simon, what's going on, dude? Welcome. Good to see you again, man. I have the strategy guide to the game, and I was referring to it while I was doing my last playthrough, so yes. But I'm not going for that in this playthrough. I'm just doing a fairly stock standard playthrough, just trying to get to the end in a respectable amount of time, as to not make this a 30-hour playthrough. Michael. Well, thank you, Michael. You doing all right? Well, that's good to hear. So this place up here, you're going to have the glide ability from another familiar to access it. These crosses, screen clearing bombs, they drop occasionally, not a lot, but it's always nice when they drop with a room full of enemies. Why? Oh, wait, do you really like summer or something? Alright, there we go. Now we got the perfect guard. Well, I'm glad I went here first, because most of these areas look the same, and I always forget where the items are, the items I need. Yeah, autumn's probably my favorite time of the year. The early parts of it in particular, where it's still... It's like a little bit cooler, but it's not really what I'd call cold. I can either wear a light jacket or no jacket at all, still. I like the colors. I like Halloween. I like playing Castlevania in October. This is true. It is followed by winter. Yeah, that is a downer. All right. So I actually have to go back. I wasn't paying attention. But we're gonna go down this way anyway to get this split path taken care of. I love spring. It's like autumn, but with brighter colors. More pinks and whites. My issue with spring is that I have allergies at that time of year, so I can't enjoy it the way I would like to. Late spring into early summer, yeah, that's when it gets hot and humid. Oh, it just loops around here. Okay, cool. We're fine. Wet and windy for you duchies, yeah. Yeah, it's different over there in Europe. Now you can block most attacks in this game. So the arrows that those archers shoot, you can block those. I have not tried crazy mode. I'd like to do that eventually. My next goal is going to be doing Trevor mode first, and then I might mess around with crazy mode. We'll see. And we're back here. Did I seriously go backwards without even realizing it? Oh, you doofus. Oh, I hate it when I do that. Stupid game. Oh well. At least we killed lots of enemies. How's the difficulty? It's not very difficult. Until I'd say probably the later parts of the game. Some of the later bosses, like Dracula, his second form can be pretty tough. If you're trying to do it without, you know, completely cheesing your familiars and using all your potions. Oh, I know why it looped. Okay. I know why it kept going. It's because the map hadn't been cleared out. I didn't realize those areas were going to connect. So that makes sense. I don't feel as much of an idiot now. Okay, now what the hell am I doing? I literally just walked past where I needed to be. Alright, look at the map. We were talking about this on Twitch, and this game needs an in-game map. Like an auto map on screen at all times, so badly. I don't know why they didn't incorporate that. It surely could not have been that difficult to do. Actually, I think this might be the area where we get to Julia's shop. Well, this one, Pancreatitis is, it's a very light on the RPG elements. Yeah, enemies give you experience points. And you get these gems which evolves your golem. He's actually evolved into a sort of knight now, which is interesting. But that's kind of it. I mean, it's still an action game at its core, especially on the boss fights. Like, there's a hidden boss later on in the game where you pretty much have to learn how to perfect guard. If you don't, you know, you're not going to get through the fight.
It can't be. That's impossible. She
But
can't
it
be
is.
alive.
Oh. May I be of service?
No. Forgive me. My name is Hector. What are you doing in a place like this?
I could ask you the same question, sir.
I am searching for someone. A man bearing the same crest I'm wearing.
And this man, is he your enemy or your friend?
You sound as if you know him.
Yes, quite so. Now answer me. Be he your friend or foe?
He is my most bitter enemy.
I see. In that case, I shall help you.
Pardon me, milady, but by what reason would you offer me this boon? Indeed, by what reason should I trust it?
Your enemy is my enemy. That is reason enough. If you are a Devil Forge master...
Well, what they were imitating was Symphony of the Night.
Rest
Ever
assured,
since Symphony
you
of the
have no
Night,
reason to
they all tried to replicate some aspect of it in one way or another.
Who are you exactly?
I escaped from the western lands where we were hunted like vermin. I have the power to envision the future.
Interesting. And your name?
Julia, my house is further on. I shall prepare an elixir that may be of use to you. Farewell, for now.
Oh, there's a lot of bad writing in this.
She is the very image of Rosalie.
OMG. Which way should I go now? Alright, so I can't actually open this yet, but we will be able to later. This is a warp area. So these will take us to other parts of the game. It is not active yet, but it will be later once we find another one. Symphony of the Night is pretty damn good. I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. We're going to be playing the PSP version of that sometime later this month. Magical ticket. This is Julia's shop. We'll be coming back here later on in the game for our various items and whatnot. This is where money comes in handy. But I don't have much of it right now. Rocking chair. Send you off into a deep sleep with a gentle rocking motion. A little too relaxing, in fact. I wouldn't mind having a rocking chair. I'm not that old yet, so I don't know. Always seemed like an old person thing. But they are comfortable. Well, Depends on the rocking chair. They are relaxing, is what I should say. Alright, so this is where you can forge other devils, but we need devil shards to do that, and we don't have any yet. You can also store your devils. So right now we can only carry 2 at a time. So I don't have a need to store them. But if you want to create new devils and try to upgrade them or evolve them into different directions or different routes to get different abilities, then you'll have to store them here, take other ones, and, you know, come back here frequently. But we're not going to be messing around with that, really, at all on this playthrough. Oh, actually, how much money do I have? Alright, mountains map. Oh, this camera, please.
What can I do for you? What do you need?
You only have $100. What I'm gonna do is actually buy a bunch of these
Anything else?
and a couple of
Will
these.
that be all? Anything else? Will that be gotcha? Will that be all?
And
What can I do
you know
for
what I could do?
What will it be today?
I could take my Moai. Look at that, we get 5,700. So
Will that be all?
let's do it. I'm gonna start off with a lot of cash, and so let's buy 3 high potions. And I don't really need, just to be safe, I'll buy 2 uncurses, 1 serum, and I think we're fine on like the tickets.
Will that be gotcha?
Screw it, I'll just buy a few more.
Will that anything else?
Alright, so now what I can do is I can maybe get a couple of extra, you know, weapons,
Anything else?
which are going to be the basis for some upgrades, or combinations later on is what I should say.
Will that be all?
There's also the sacrificial doll, or technically it's the death doll. It's not really as good as it sounds. It says the doll will crumple and die instead of you if your HP falls to 0. You only get a tiny bit of hit points back, and so it's like, it's kind of a non-starter if you ask me. It's kind of a waste of money,
Will that be all?
and it's kind of a waste of an accessory slot. Now, if it gave you all of your health back, that would be a different story, but it doesn't, unfortunately. Yes, I've played all the handheld ones, yeah. Not a fan of Harmony, but I love Area. I mean, maybe I'll enjoy Harmony more the next time I play through it. I mean, I didn't like this game when it first came out, and I've only beaten Harmony once. So maybe the next time I play through it, it'll click with me for some odd reason. I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, the IDs are really fun. Or the innocent devils. Yeah, so I can't go through that wall yet. So I guess we pretty much have to go this way. So let's do it. My favorite Castlevania of all time, Super Castlevania 4, by far. Alright, so now I can steal. So, when I target onto an enemy, the reticle will turn purple at specific moments. And when it does that, I can steal from enemies. It's usually when they attack. I just stole a magical ticket. Again, if you want the best materials, you're gonna have to steal on bosses and harder enemies. Okay, stand back, please, because I want to steal. Oh, that's right, I got the perfect guard now, so I can start doing that, thankfully. Couldn't get into Order of Ecclesia? See, that's one I recommend going back to. I freaking love that game. Order of Ecclesia is amazing. think a lot of people didn't get into it right away because, like, a lot of people were in, like, Metroidvania burnout by that point in time. I mean, we had 6 Metroidvania titles back to back, basically. And that's not even counting the 3D games, which had Metroidvania elements as well. But man, Order of Ecclesia's got great gameplay, great gameplay, great visuals, an amazing soundtrack. And it's got difficulty without requiring an extra hard mode. I mean, it's got the extra hard modes and whatnot, but it's much more challenging than the other handheld ones were. So that was welcome. Yeah, I mean, I skipped out on Ecclesia immediately because I wasn't really... I was feeling the burnout by Portrait of Ruin, to be honest with you. Alright, so now I have to blow up this. I mean, I didn't even finish Portrait of Ruin after I got it. I just wasn't much of a fan. It wasn't until several years later that I went back to it and finished it multiple times. So this is a gimmick that comes back a couple times over the course of the playthrough. It's nothing really anything special. Just try to target your enemies so you don't have to deal with them head on. They will come up the stairs and try to hit you, so I want to get out of here. Because there he is. Yeah, Dawn of Sorrow I really enjoy. I wanted to do that this October, but you know, with these games I like to do full practice runs before I stream them on YouTube. That way you guys get smoother playthroughs and I can actually provide some tips and strategies. You know, I'm not going to be a full-on expert knowing every little detail because these games are huge. So many nuances. But, you know, I can at least show you, like, you know, the basic route through the game and talk about the mechanics and whatever. And so I just didn't have enough time to do a full playthrough of Dawn of Sorrow, though. I chose Curse of Darkness instead because I hadn't played it in a long time. And honestly, I was kind of dreading doing it because, like I said, for the longest time, I didn't really care for the game. So it was one of those ones I kind of had to force myself to start, but it actually clicked with me pretty quickly. I kind of went into it with an open mind again. And I ended up enjoying myself, which is good. So maybe either sometime early next year I'll try to do Dawn of Sorrow, or maybe I'll save it for next October. I'd like to get these Castlevanias cranked out quicker, though, because people like them, and I don't like waiting a year to do stuff like, or to do streams like these. Sometimes I just want to get it knocked out. I want to do Garibaldi Temple, but just like Castlevania and Dawn of Sorrow, I haven't done a practice run, so until that happens, I'm not going to stream it. So we might not do Garibaldi Temple this year. Might have to push it off next year. Alright, which way do I want to go? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the point of Harmony of Despair, though. It is the grind. You know, you're supposed to go back and play the areas again and again, so you can hopefully get different drops and things like that. Slowly build your character up over time. If you try to go through the game straight through, it's really tough, because you're pretty weak. What do you think of Dark Souls 2? I love it. I mean, I love all the Dark Souls games. I've got playthroughs of all of them on my channel here. I mean, I actually didn't really like any Dark Souls game when I first played it. Every single one I had problems with. Alright, so this part right here, you need a very particular familiar, a mage type that has the Purify spell. It's the only thing that can kill these red skeletons, so I just wanted to come up here and show that off. We're not going to be coming back here later on, unless I just magically get the Purify spell, but it's probably not going to happen. Yeah, Dark Souls 2's DLC I think is the best as well. It's the most content for one. And yeah, it's the most content you get from the DLC, which is great. I love Dark Souls 1's DLC, but it's kind of a linear straight shot. Whereas Dark Souls 2, you know, it's 3 different areas you can go to. Or 3 different primary areas, and then of course there's the frigid outskirts. The frigid shit skirts, as many of us like to call it. But even that I got decent at dealing with. I think our last playthrough of it, we did a full run of the frigid outskirts. I don't even think it took us that many tries to do it. But I didn't like... So Dark Souls 2, Demon Souls aside, was my least favorite at first. Because of how it was developed by a different team, it feels very different from the other Souls games in terms of how the attacking feels, how the collision feels, how the camera movement feels. But I eventually warmed up to it. And just like the other Souls games, it took a second or third playthrough for it to really grab me. But then I ended up really, really, really liking it. Alright, so now we have the id skill chart. So if we go here... Oops, wrong one. Where is it? I actually never did access this functionality. Oh, there we go. R1. Okay, so... Opens a locked chest. Chart. There we go. So this will tell me where, you know, the upgrade path will go, depending on the weapon that I'm using. So I actually wish I used this on my last playthrough. It would have made upgrading a lot easier. Dude, I mean, honestly, I don't really care which way these guys go. All I care about is them getting upgraded on at least one path. Again, I'm not really going to try to find all the secrets that might require specific abilities that they have. Alright, let's get rid of this guy first. Alright, so when you get stoned or you get stunned, you want to wiggle your analog stick around to shake out of it. The game is awesome, yeah, I agree. You know what's funny about the Dark Souls games? I've never done PvP. I always play them just single player. You know, Dark Souls 1 in particular, I must have beaten like 20 times. Like, I've played it quite a bit in single player. I had thought about doing another run this October, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to. Because we're already 1 week into October. And this is going to take multiple streams, I'm sure. Alright, I think these areas actually loop around. So what I'll do is I'll kind of turn around and trigger that hallway just to clear it out. Don't we all, Kevin? Don't we all? Yeah, so I'm not sure if that's gonna happen. Another Dark Souls playthrough. I don't really need another Dark Souls playthrough, but you know, October is as good as any excuse, you know, to do another run. I can't even talk right now, don't mind me. Okay, so I just got another ring, by the way. So let's actually not another ring, but I got a ring. Let's go ahead and equip that. So the boiling ring basically protects from fire-based attacks. Fire-based attacks will do less damage. I don't know if the rings really protect that much. One of the problems I have with a lot of the Metroidvania games is a lot of their defense items don't actually defend that much. So it's like, it's not going to make a huge difference if you use it, or if you don't use it. Yeah, I actually did my first soul level run, I think last year. I didn't do it on YouTube, but that was a lot of fun. Dark Souls 1. And then I started a soul level 1 run in Dark Souls 2 a few months back. And basically had to give up, because that was actually pretty damn hard. I wouldn't mind trying it in Dark Souls 3. Alright, so yeah, that's right. I was going to loop back around. Now, I could probably upgrade at least one or two of my weapons now, which I should probably do. Alright, let's check it out. Alright, broadsword. Okay, I can't upgrade my axe, but I can upgrade some armor. So now armor does actually help you. You do definitely want to upgrade that. Your rings, though, it's like, eh. Well, there's not a lot that I'm going to get on a standard playthrough that's really, really great in terms of accessories, so, you know, it's like I might as well equip, I might as well equip my accessories. Did I not? Oh, never mind. Okay. I was going to say, it took away my other pieces of armor, but it's because I used them to craft those new armor sets. So, duh. Makes sense. Now, actually, what I should do is I should see where the fairies' crystals are at. Because I might want to actually switch back to that axe temporarily just to get her evolved, and then I can switch back to the sword. So, let's see. Okay, so she's got... Oh, no, she's only got 9 on the axes. And you need 70, so it's not a big deal. Actually, I have more red crystals, so I'll just stick with the sword. I don't think it's too fast. I mean, it's definitely faster than the other ones, but I don't mind it. PvP, obviously, I can't comment on that. But for the main game, I don't mind it. Hold on a second, guys. I will say the speed change definitely threw me off at first. It took me a while to get used to it. But, the game definitely seems to reward more aggressive play, a little bit like Bloodborne. So it's kind of like an in-between of Dark Souls 1 and Bloodborne. You know, like it's faster like Bloodborne, but you can still play really defensively like in Dark Souls. So it's kind of an interesting balance. Some of the later boss fights in particular with their speed is just pretty ridiculous. Freaking the Sister Frida fight. It's rough. All right. Yeah, I actually have the guide for this game too. I was actually using that on my Twitch playthrough to try to familiarize myself with the game and to make sure I wasn't getting lost left and right. Because one of the problems I had when I first played this game on release was just getting lost like crazy. Like the blood skeleton area I was talking about, I kept coming back to that area over and over and over again, not knowing I had to have a specific spell to get past it. And so it was such a waste of time. I kept just looping around and just repeating things that I didn't really need to repeat just because I didn't know what I was doing. So having a guide with this game is very, very helpful and makes the playthrough a lot more enjoyable. Especially because, like, knowing the mechanics in this game, I think goes a long way to enjoy, or towards enjoying the game. It really plays a big part. If you don't know what you're doing, and you're just wandering around in circles, you have no idea how the upgrade system's working, things like that, it's not nearly as fun. It's not nearly as fun. Oh, wait, is this the Wyvern boss? One of the viewers told me that there is a secret in the save room. Hey, Miso Mama, welcome back. You missed most of the playthrough. We're at the end of the game. No, I'm just kidding. I have not tried Neo yet. I bought the, like, definitive edition or whatever on Steam. So I definitely want to do that sometime. Maybe this isn't the boss I'm thinking of. What's with the rolling walk? It's the fastest way to move in this game. It's pretty janky. Hey, JD. Hey, am I going the right way? No, I'm not. God damn this game, I swear. Oh. I've never heard of War Thunder. What is that? It is faster, trust me. One thing I like about the simple 1-2 combo is it always knocks enemies to the ground, and then you can just pummel them when they're on the ground. Yeah. Alright, so let's switch off to our other guy. Rwanda! The names in this game are so goofy. The default names. Alright, so this guy you want to try to either perfect guard or just dodge roll. Which is every boss in a nutshell. Now, just like in Lament of Innocence, if you do a perfect guard, you'll build up your meter. And so whereas in Lament of Innocence, it was an actual magic points meter, your Innocent Devil's life bar is basically the equivalent of that. And so if I perfect guard, he'll get some of his health back. So at this point in the game where his attacks use up a lot of his meter, he's going to slam onto the ground just like that. You want to jump over it. You can try to perfect guard to get it back. There are no heart refills in this game. And so the my Innocent Devil's dead, so what I'm going to do is summon to the other one. Have some health refill options. Boom, there's a perfect guard. He's gonna slam down. Nope, he's not. I really wish you had better camera controls in this game. Like, I like to look up towards the dragon, but I can't because it won't let me. This is as low as I can bring the camera. A jump, just like that. Alright, nice. Ronnie, you've also bought lots of what are probably really shitty horror movies. So, trust me, if I was questioning your mental well-being, it probably would have been a while ago. Ronnie's been on like a crazy D-tier slasher movie kick. He's been just buying a whole bunch of super obscure stuff, which is great. So yeah. All right, on to the next area. Hey, guns. Hey, Leader B, what's going on? Going to have to turn on the PC and have a late night. Ooh, sounds good. I love how those crosses do 999,000 damage. So it's basically like, okay, we're gonna guarantee that everything on the screen dies. A lot of these guys will give you money, the archers. Let's see, what do these guys give me? 10 gold, eh. 100 gold, eh, it's alright. But 10, nah, not worth the trouble. Alright, I'm just gonna skip the rest of those guys. What do we have here combine-wise? Nothing I really want. I want swords or axes, that's it. Alright, I think this is the part where... So there's a tower you go up later on in the game. Then there's another tower you can try to go down. It's a hidden tower. And this is the tower right here. So you actually end up busting out of one of the walls at the end of it. And then you end up back here. Which, by that point in the game, this place is really far back. My cat's bugging me, even though she still has an hour before she's supposed to eat. But we are going to find the other tower later on. We will definitely go up that. How far in are we? We're in the 3rd major area. We're actually making better progress than I thought. Although then again, we have streamed for 2 hours, so maybe it's not that great of progress.
I've been waiting for you, Hector. Devil Forge Master.
How do you know me? Who are you?
Saint Germain. I won't bandy words with you. I have an urgent request. Please, refrain from pursuing Isaac any further.
Bastard! So you're with Isaac?
Does not follow. Isaac wishes to fight me.
For what purpose do you make this request?
This will not make sense to you, but to put it simply, I seek to maintain the flow of a greater will.
This is pointless. Out of my way!
Your beloved was killed on false allegations that she was a witch. I know how you feel, and I sympathize truly, but please look past your own
Rex, how do you know of these things?
My name's Hector. Hector.
But I cannot act upon that knowledge. That is my arrangement. I may only observe. I have no choice but to excuse myself. Please, consider my request. The world hangs...
Oh, Saint Germain's based on a real person? I didn't know that.
Who was that?
Yeah, I really like what they did with a lot of these characters in the Netflix show. Saint Germain in particular. It is funny, though, how they got him to sound very similar to the guy in the game. So that's pretty cool. What's up? These knight guys, skeleton knights, are super easy. They're some of the easiest enemies in the game. Nice. Mace! Alright, so the mace is actually, I think, a really heavy weapon, and I'm probably not going to want to use it. But I'll sort of show it to you anyway. Oh no, it's fine. Alright, we'll stick with it. I think it's actually stronger than my sword. Let's see. Yeah, it is, so we'll stick with the mace. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like, how does a Belmont act? Like, there's very little examples of Belmont acting specific ways in the games. I mean, Richter barely said anything in Rondo of Blood. And he was under a trance most of the time in Symphony of the Night. We literally never heard anything from Simon. Trevor, likewise. Up until, I guess, this game. Oh, God. And Trevor in this game is just, like I said, most of the characters in this game, to me anyway, you guys might feel otherwise, are pretty unlikable. The way they come off and communicate with each other. So I don't know. I also kind of saw what they did with Trevor in the Netflix show is trying to modernize him a little bit, I guess, as they did with a lot of the other characters. I mean, hell, half of them pretty much curse for half the show. I don't know. It is what it is. I do like Trevor in the Netflix show, though. I like him quite a bit, actually. Milk! So milk is a healing item. I'm gonna actually... just heal. I should probably heal. And heal again. Yeah, I know what you mean. It took me a while to get used to him in the first season. Because it also wasn't what I was expecting. I wasn't expecting there to be a lot of cursing and things like that, if any. I was thinking to myself, like, this takes place hundreds of years ago. Would they curse like this back then? Probably not. Not in the same way, at least, you know? So it felt kind of edgy for the sake of being edgy. But I got used to it. It doesn't really bother me that much anymore. These flea men are so annoying, by the way. Yeah, there are 3 seasons. And they're probably already working on a season 4. I hope so, anyway, because big cliffhangers on the 3rd season. Don't want to spoil anything, but yeah. Alright, so this is just going to loop back around, but I'm going to do it anyway. The finale, it was fine. I definitely was not expecting it to go in the direction that it did. Alright, it's just a regular potion, so what I'm going to do is actually use my other potion that I have. You can also sort your stuff. And I like to keep my potions and healing items together. And we'll do the uncurse right underneath the serum. So we use that, and just try to be efficient with the item usage. You know, if you got some health that can be refilled, and you see a potion and you're maxed out, just use a potion. And then pick up the one that's on the playfield. It would actually be better for me to switch back over to the Golem. Or the Battle Type, because he's not technically a Golem anymore. He's more like a Knight. Because he's way better for taking on all these flea men. What? The creator stepped down. Scandal. What kind of scandal? What happened? I hope it doesn't affect the quality of later seasons. Because it's honestly, all 3 seasons have been very strong so far. You know, they took the story in kind of its own direction. A clever direction, honestly. While still retaining a lot of lore from the games. I mean, even this game. And what's really interesting about it is that they use this game as its basis. Which is very interesting. And obviously a little bit of Castlevania 3, because Sypha's in it. But more so this game than anything. Which is very interesting, because this is kind of about as close to a black sheep in the series as you get. You know, it's not universally loved like, say, Symphony of the Night is. Alright, so let's turn back around. Hey, Adam, man, thanks for re-upping your sub. Yeah, we haven't seen Grant. I was hoping they would bring him into the picture, but I don't know. They do have a lot of characters in the show now, and they might not do it. Although then again, there are characters that we definitely won't be seeing in Season 4 because of what happened in Season 3. So there is that. There might be room for a Grant. Hey, Anson. Yeah, it is pretty fun. I do enjoy it. Oh, he is directing it still. Okay. I mean, that was the guy. Unless it was someone else that had a scandal. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Interesting, Micah. You're not sure if you like Lenore or not after Season 3. Yeah, I think I agree. Like, you're probably not supposed to. One way or the other. I'm also kind of mixed. But yeah, I don't want to really talk about it for people that haven't seen it, so... Alright, man. Alright, these guys can be a little annoying. They get really aggressive, and they also teleport around. When they do teleport, they're gonna come back in with an attack, so you have to watch out. Alright, let's just get out of here. I don't know if this door is going to connect to the other hallway. I might have to go back. Yeah, man, it's well, Season 3 is only on Netflix. They haven't released a physical version of it yet, but they will. I have no doubt. No, it's looping around. Okay. Yeah, me too. It's definitely one of my favorites recently. Although I haven't really binged a lot of shows. I've been trying not to because it just eats up so much of my time. I'm scared to start anything else. Because everything's got like freaking 10 seasons and I know I'll be binging them for the next couple of years. Castlevania is one of the only series that I actually caught right from the very beginning, because, you know, Castlevania, why would I not, right? I was there day one for all of them. Did you miss the water level? No. Devil May Cry? This plays pretty different. It's got some similarities, like rolling. Alright, there we go. So you just got a devil shard from her. You have to pick it up. Yep, see there he went and did his teleport thing. Alright, so this we have to come back to later. So what I'm going to do, just to remind myself, you can hit start on the map screen. Oh, we don't have the function yet. Oh, stupid game. I thought you got the function right away. God damn it. Well, eventually you'll get a map marker mechanic. And I wanted to mark this so I know to come back here later. You get an ability that lets you go underneath that. And that's how you get to Legion, the hidden boss in the game. Alright, let's come back around this corner. Surprised my fairy hasn't gotten any more spells yet. Considering we've been using her quite a bit. She's probably getting close to evolving at least. So let's see. Let's see where she's at, actually. Yeah, she's at 41 crystals. She needs 29 more. I got to level up, which is good. You got biscuits called Garibaldi's. Oh, man. Milk. Does the body good. Unless you're diabetic, then it'll probably kill you. Or if you're allergic to it. Alright, so since I'm here, I am going to go backwards because I want to clear out those rooms just to see what's there. There's the marker. So now I can mark my map. After I get rid of these dudes. Alright, so back down here, we hit start, and now we can mark the map. There we go. I didn't even realize it was an item. Because my last playthrough, I was just like skipping through all the item not all the item explanations, but like the early ones. Or specific ones, I should say. Stuff that were in, like, treasure chests, I would just skip through. Have we fought another boss as the Wyvern? No, we have not. Although we're gonna get close to another one soon. We're pretty far into this area. And this just loops back around. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you can see how much of this area we've cleared out. It's quite a bit. Could you stop moving around, please? This is where my golem would be better, but again, I just want to keep... I want to keep using my fairy so she can evolve. Yeah, this game definitely needed a run button. Alright, let me zoom in a little bit too. Needed a run button badly. Ah, dude, what am I doing? I think I had registered this as a memorial ticket location. I probably should have used a ticket instead of running all the way back here. Well, people talk down Lament of Innocence for many of the same reasons they talk down this game. Really hokey story with poor... just tons of poor exposition that no one wants. Bland environments. Very repetitious room design. Although the room design is still better in Lament of Innocence. This game looks even more repetitious, believe it or not. I mean, both games have their positives and negatives. I think both are decent games, but they're not... I don't think either one is a great game. It's just my opinion, of course. But I definitely recommend playing them. I think they're still fun. But they're not amazing games by any stretch. They've got elements that make them fun to play and fun to come back to. But there's so many aspects that are lacking. They're not the complete packages you got with some other Metroidvanias, like Area of Sorrow or Symphony of the Night or something like that. In my opinion, Order of Ecclesia, super strong game. But yeah. I think Konami just wanted them to crap these out as fast as possible, and so they weren't fleshed out nearly as much as they probably could have been. Just speculation, of course. I don't know. God damn it, man. Come on. Alright, ceremonial tools. Just another material. There are a lot of materials in this game with fancy names. But they're just that. They're just materials. That's all. One-time use items for crafting. I hate it when these guys block, too, because it just slows things down. You're like, damn it! You're taking longer to kill! I don't want you to take longer to kill. Alright, see you, Pancreatitis? Pancreatitis? Thanks for hanging out, I appreciate it. Another level up. I like how this specific fairy is doing poison on them. That's kind of handy. The last time I played this, she didn't evolve in that way, so she didn't have poison to use. The shield bastards in Hexen. We're gonna be streaming Hexen on PC this month. I had thought about doing it tonight, but I was just so tired. I wanted something that was a little more chill to play. This game is not very stressful for the most part. Not yet, anyway. There are a couple of parts later on that get stressful, but it's not too bad overall on the default difficulty here. There are 2.5 hours. I wanted to take the stream as long as I can, but there's a possibility I might have to just end it around 4 to 4.5 hours in. It depends on how I feel. Like I said, I didn't get any sleep last night, so my body is like super wrecked right now. Ah, you stupid. Alright. Gotta kill this guy first, because he buffed him. Not really buffed him, he refilled his health. Where'd he go? I could probably combine, get some new weapons and whatnot. Nice. The Ada. I actually really like this weapon. We'll probably switch over to that. Bamboo sword. Now the club, I'm pretty sure, is a big weapon. Same with the Belova. Definitely not going to use those. Alright, better armor. Alright, so I need a leather helmet. Let's just do another one to have some extras on hand. Now this is probably going to be another foil or rapier. Oh no, this is the Zweihander. I definitely don't want this Zweihander. It's way too slow for my liking. Okay, so the club's no good. The Belova is just way too slow. The Ada is a little weaker than the mace I'm using, but it attacks a lot faster. So, but let me upgrade the fairy before I start using swords. So we've got, she's at 66. I need 4 more silver gems. Or not silver, blue gems. So these demons, they start reappearing later on in the game with different colors, and they're a little more challenging. Very typical of the handheld Vanias. Alright, let's come here first. Now the lock-on in this game isn't that great. So you don't see me using it very often. Like when you try to attack an enemy that you're locked onto, you don't really home into it like you would expect. It's a little weird, it's a little janky. Sometimes it works well, sometimes it doesn't. So I just try to just do things manually in this game for the most part. Maybe I just need to get good. Oh, I love the 64 games. You know, they're definitely of their time, but I think they're good games for the era. Alright, that's that. No, the visuals are okay. It's that the environments just look really bland. Texture quality is really low. Actually, I think the texture quality in this is worse than it is in Lament. Lament, actually, I think holds up better visually. Yeah, low texture quality, and then just the same environments over and over and over again. There's not much creativity in the area designs. It's all very generic. I mean, hallways like this would be fine if they were sparse and there were more uniquely designed areas, but the problem is you go through one hallway and then into another, into another, into another, and they all just start to blend together. And the way the camera works, you can't really sit around and appreciate the environment. I can't pull the camera down any farther. So it's actually kind of interesting. A lot of these environments have like really tall ceilings and whatnot. I can't even look at them. It's like rooms don't even have ceilings in this because of how the camera system works. If you go to the Innocent Devil rooms, there's like a whole ceiling that looks badass, but you can't even see it because of how the camera looks, or how the camera's angled, I mean. So I think, yeah. This game definitely has some issues when it comes to its visuals, for sure. I mean, some of these visuals can't even be appreciated just because of how certain things are set up. $100 gold. There we go. She evolved. What I want to do is actually switch back over to that sword. There we go. It's a little bit weaker, but it does attack faster. So I'll still be able to do faster damage overall. Alright, later, Kevin. Take it easy, man. Thanks for hanging out, dude. Yeah, I don't know, man. I much prefer Hector in the TV show. I think he's just... he's just a grumpy asshole in this game. He doesn't really have much character in this game, to be honest with you. I mean, in the TV show, he seems moderately intelligent.
Wait! That crest! Are you the Devil Forge Master?
That whip. Could he be?
Answer me! Are you the Devil Forge Master?
I speak my thoughts aloud. Oops.
This is the hour of your death.
Alright, so this is Trevor. We can't really do much damage to him right now. But you have to get his health bar about... I don't remember if it's a quarter of the way or halfway. But once you do, the fight will end. He's got so many invincibility frames when he dodges backwards like that. It looks like if I get a perfect guard, I can get a nice combo off on him. There we go. Yo, DJ, what's going on?
On your oath, are you truly the Devil Forge?
And if I am?
For one that served under Dracula, you seem much too weak. It's been said that the Devil Forge Master's power rivals that of death.
Ah, so you are hunting for Isaac as well, I see.
As well? Then you're not... Wait... I recall there was another Devil Forge Master. They say he betrayed Dracula and forswore his powers, but that was 3 years ago during the war. Could he have survived? It cannot be.
Believe what you like, but answer me this. Are you not Trevor Belmont, the one who defeated Lord Dracula?
That I am, though I did not fight alone. There were many brave warriors beside me. And your name, sir?
Hector.
Hector. I shall remember that name.
Okay. Alright, that was actually a good boss fight. Pretty happy with that. Okay. Let's go ahead and summon my battle type, Rwanda! The auto-generated names are hilarious sometimes. And what I was doing on Twitch is, for each one I was adding my own unique twist to it. Dude, what are you doing? That was weird. He was just wandering around in circles. Alright, brute force. There we go. We're gonna need brute force later on. Actually, I might even need it right now for all I know. Let's see. Yeah, I do need it right now. We have to use this to open up these doors. And taking the teleporter back to the second area, we can open up a different area. Sure, I think it will be the aqueduct. So we are going to warp back to the temple, though. Or should I do the aqueduct next? I don't know. Might try to finish off the temple first. Okay. Yeah, this is the aqueduct.
Ah, I'm pleased to see you are unharmed.
Did you think me dead?
I saw him earlier. I feared that perhaps...
I came too late then. Which way did he go?
Along this path lies a forest. He went there, probably making his way to the village on the other side.
And what of your mission? To purify this land and remove the curse?
Yes, the curse. In the end, it is all Isaac. He is the source of this pestilence. He... Ah, how could I forget? There is a matter I must attend to. By your leave.
You again?
Oh, it's you. I was expecting someone else. You spoke with him, didn't you?
And why should I answer to you?
Perhaps you'll accept my advice then. You would do well to avoid him. Do not be drawn in by his words.
Your advice is neither solicited nor welcome. I will use any means necessary to achieve my revenge.
Revenge. I would like to speak with you further, but I must track him down quickly. He is the one being who is beyond my recollection. Goodbye for now.
Okay, I'm going to turn around real quick. Alright, so we're going to come back here to Julia's shop real quick. Yeah, the music in Judgment is really good. Definitely. We can forge new devils, but I don't really need to. I don't really need to. Although, we'll call her Suzy. Just to differentiate her from the other one. Sue was her default name. The game came up with it. Yeah, my deck is full. And...
Will that be all? Gotcha. Will that gotcha? Will there anything else? Will that be all?
Just have some of those on hand. I'm not going to bother selling anything, because there's not really anything I need to buy. So Julia's shop is not really that important when it comes from an item standpoint. Or when it comes to an item standpoint. Her significance is really being able to create new devils. And then store devils if you want to try to, you know, evolve a variety of devils into different directions. No, that's not him. Yeah, you're thinking Renan. Or Renan. However you pronounce his name. Renan. Yeah, I like his character in that game. Because he's basically like, yeah, I am a devil from hell. But, you know, even in hell, you gotta make a living. Like, that line's a great line. I love it. And then if you spend, I think exactly, it's like $50,000 or something like that. Or maybe it's less. I don't remember the exact number. He'll actually become like a hidden boss at the end of the game. You'll fight him right before... I don't remember if it's right before death or if it's right before Dracula. But it's in that last stretch. But yeah, no, Saint Germain's not the, it's not the same character. Alright, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take a restroom break again. And it's time to feed my cat. She's been coming in here and just nagging me. So let me get that done. Give me about 5 minutes and then we'll come back and continue. We actually are making some pretty good progress, all things considered. We're definitely not going to beat the game in one sitting, but I don't think it's going to take 3 streams. I think it might just take us 2, as long as I can keep up this one stream without passing out early. But, alright, I'll be right back. All right. Oh, man. I was like, you know what? My body's getting a little weird, so I'm going to take some vitamins. So I took some vitamins. Oh, hey, Tony. Cat is fed. Cat is happy. Happy cat is a good cat. Alrighty. Dude, she was hungry like an hour ago. It's like, cat, come on. more like 2 hours ago. She was bugging me already. Yo, Grinch. No, I'm weird as in like I definitely feel like I'm starting to get a cold. My throat is kind of clogged a little bit, and like I've noticed that my sinuses have been constantly acting up. I mean, I think it's just from sleep deprivation. Between working my main job and working my second job, and then working YouTube, trying to practice for all the Let's Plays and stuff, it's just, I've been non-stop. And then I did a pinball tournament last night, so I'm just constantly pushing my body. And I think it's just kept, like, the sleep deprivation is probably what did it. Just pushing my body too hard. Why, it's not showing your emotes? You might have to refresh. But I've also found that YouTube's been glitchy lately with that. Because I've been wanting to respond to comments with emotes, and it's not letting me. It shows gameplay and talk, but then it shows no emoji. It showed my emote. I mean, it showed it in my chat anyway. Yeah, chat just completely busted for us for about an hour on the Ghosts and Goblins stream last week. That was aggravating. But fortunately, it came back up. And what's funny is it still ended up logging all that chat. On the archive. Give me those gems, or those crystals. Get my familiars leveled up. One nice thing about progressing through the game is that enemies start to give a lot more experience points, and so your familiars actually start leveling up faster the farther into the game you get. Giving you frame drops. Yeah, that's your internet connection, unfortunately. I haven't dropped any frames here. Yeah, if I do, I'll let you know. Alright, these ectoplasms, they'll curse you. Just like that. And when they curse you, you can't attack. I'm not gonna worry about them. Just skip past them. Alright, later, Leader B. Take care, man. Glad you were able to pop in for a little bit. So I actually don't really know what this one does. I didn't use it on my last playthrough. The description is pretty vague, and I don't know if it... I don't know, let's just equip it. Because I've got the extra slot now, so I might as well. And actually, I think I might have... Did I upgrade my armor? No, I did not. Okay. See what we can combine. Nothing I really want, so I'm not going to worry about it. See, now you can see that candles are starting to give me a little more money. They'll drop a $5 every now and then. Still not really worth attacking the candles. I'd recommend just skipping the candles and then just buying your items at the shop. You can sell your materials that you're just gonna naturally get over the course of the game. And again, I'm just gonna skip these guys. So I wonder if it's like the exclamation mark allows my familiar to hit them, or maybe it just indicates that they're going to attack me. Actually, I'm getting a lot of crystals here. That's pretty good. Heavenly Sword. Oh, that's a nice attack. Yeah, these are interesting attacks because I didn't get this guy on my last playthrough. So his Heavenly Sword attack I just completely skipped out on last time. Hey, Boston Bird. Alright, back up. Alright, we're going to take the left-hand path. Yes, Dave, I've got playthroughs of both those on my channel. Hey, Andy. I think I might have to start doing a small video series where I just briefly talk about every, like, main Castlevania entry that I've streamed. Because a lot of people ask me these questions. I'm like, did you guys not see when I streamed these games years ago? Like, so many people ask, hey, you played the 64 games? Like, yeah, I've been playing them for 20 plus years, and I've got streams of both games on my channels, and it's like, I need to somehow, like, make people aware that I do have this content on my channel already. Some people might be interested in it, like, oh, I'd like to watch that stream. Probably your favorite 3D Castlevania. Word. It's a pretty fun game. Alright, I guess I could just go to Julia's shop. Let me double check this map real quick. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna warp back to Julia's shop. Yep. Alright, cool. I'm gonna smack you, Grinch. Oh. Oh, man. Speaking of pushing my body too far, I actually worked out today as well, which I don't usually do. Sleep deprived. And I worked out. So my muscles are sore. Boston birth. You guys. Yes, we can't really teleport anywhere else. You know, I haven't unlocked any other teleportation locations. But we will later. No, that's what I was thinking, Grinch. Be like... during this year I streamed both these games. It was a fun experience. I recommend playing them, blah blah blah. And then post a link in the description to the streams. And then just, you know, like really, really quick explanations of the games. What is a good Metroidvania to download on PS4? I'm not super experienced in that genre, but obviously Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. I mean, that's a must play if you ask me. I've heard Hollow Knight's really good. Ori and the Blind Forest? I think Microsoft might have released it on PS4. I know they put it out on Switch. There's Axiom Verge, which is more Metroid, less Metroidvania. There are a bunch of other ones, I'm sure. Yeah, Castlevania 3 is great. I mean, the whole series can be fairly solid for the most part. It's got weak entries, and entries that definitely aren't as good as others, but there are some games, like, especially when it comes to linear games, it's like, there are some that's really tough for me to pick between. Castlevania 4 is always going to be my favorite, but Castlevania 3 is probably a close second. Rondo of Blood, close second. The first Castlevania. Actually, you know what? I actually would personally put the first Castlevania right behind Part 4 for me. That's the one I go back to the most after 4. And then Castlevania 3. I would put Rondo higher. And not that because it isn't first place doesn't mean it's not an amazing game. It is. They're just all top tier games, you know. It's tough competition. I would put Rondo higher, but it's way too easy for me. But in a different way than like Castlevania 4 is easy. Castlevania 4 has a lot more going on, which even though it's super easy, for me anyway, it's still engaging because there's so much coming at me from all sides. But it's an amazingly crafted game, that's for sure. Rondo. Oh yeah, I love Simon's Quest. We did the Famicom Disk System version last year. Or maybe it was earlier this year, I don't remember. That was a good time. Alright, so some of this area we're not going to be able to access until near the end of the game. We end up draining a lot of this water. Iconoclast. I have not played that one. Or heard of it, actually. Yeah, the support cast in Castlevania 3 is great. I mean, that's a defining factor of that game, no doubt. It's also what gives it its replay value. You know, if it didn't have the extra characters, I don't think the game would be as well regarded as it is. I mean, it would still be a top-tier Castlevania game if all the levels remained the same, but having that flexibility goes a long way in that game. You know, with Grant and Alucard, you can just completely skip certain screens, you know. And with Sypha, you can just completely wreck certain screens with her magic. I'll actually go through this door and then come back because I can just grind out on these enemies. Oh, they're not spawning back in. You bastards. In other parts of the game, like, the enemies will respawn. I bought Axiom Verge on the Wii U from Limited Run Games a couple years back. Or was it last year? I don't remember. All this stuff just blends together. So, I still haven't played it yet though, but I've heard it's really good. If you want more of like a Metroid clone, it's definitely inspired by the first Metroid. Like even down to the visuals. Oh, right on, Boston Burf. Yeah. Yeah, use that money. Use it. Yeah, he should be able to get them both. I think Axiom Verge is usually like $10 or $15, and same with Hollow Knight. They're not very expensive games. Alright, so I had to blow these guys up. So this over here actually has a pretty good item in it, but I can't access it right now. And it's gonna be a while before I can. Yeah, I hate digital pricing a lot of the time. Oh, well, we can sell games for less when we sell them digitally. If we want to. 6 years later, the game is still $60. Like, give me a break. But no, indie games a lot of times are cheaper. You know, again, Hollow Knight and Axiom Verge, they're not expensive. They've never been expensive. All things like compared to your big budget AAA games. Hey, Devil Shard. Alright, I don't really care about that. Because we're not going for that right now. We're not trying to get all sorts of different familiars. Or duplicate familiars, I should say. I just tried attacking my familiar like he was an enemy. Oops. Well, a lot of physical games end up holding very little value as well. You know, if you're buying modern games and expecting them to retain their value, then I do like having the option of being able to get rid of my modern games. But if you hold on to a modern game for a long time, it ends up becoming worth almost nothing. You know, you'll get a couple dollars in trade-in. But I do like buying modern physical games, because a lot of times when I'm done with them, I get rid of them. So the whole gameplay experience won't have cost me $60. It might have cost me $25 or $30, you know. But yeah, I hear you. For the little indie games on it are like 10 or 15 bucks, I don't really care, to be honest. As long as there's a system in place where I have confidence that those games are going to be around for a long time, then it doesn't bother me. Steam has been a great example of that. As well as, you know, the Microsoft side of things with their backwards compatibility. Shelf Queen! Woo! I'm just kidding, man. I get the bug occasionally to buy something just to put on my shelf. Trust me. And now that I've got a part-time job in a video game store again, I still get the urge, because I'm around video games all the time. And he goes, yes, I am a shelf queen. Yeah, so this item I have, it basically just tells me when enemies are going to attack. That's it. Which is handy, I guess, if you want to try to, like, you know, quick step. It should be sitting on my shelf, Tony. What are you doing? This guy's being weird. Stop being weird. Yes, I think this is going to actually take me downstairs where we can't actually do anything yet, but I just want to double check. But this is where we'd want to come back later on. Some class action is being made so that digital media can be traded in. That would be great if you could trade it in. Because there are definitely some games in my library I bought that are kind of crap and I don't want them anymore. If I can even get just a tiny bit back for them to put towards something else, I would. Corpsey! Alright, I've never seen Corpsey. This is cool. Grand Waves, another one I haven't seen yet. Yeah, I've done that too, Boss and Birth. Sometimes because I had to, but other times, more recently, just because I want to kind of declutter, you know? Alright, I prefer this one. Yeah, it's much better. I love these rapid attacks that some of these guys can do. Yeah, exactly. Could be emulated if you get the itch. If you ever get like an optical drive emulator or something like that, you can load it up onto that. You don't necessarily need to own the real thing. Yeah, so this part's going to be drained eventually. So let's go ahead and use a potion. So we can get this potion. And what's going on, Davey? How are you doing? Oh, you own physical games. You can, if you can touch it, you can hold it, you own it. But some people do have to remember that they're not going to live forever, and that physical game you've got is going to eventually end up either in the trash bin, or at a Goodwill, or in someone else's collection. So ultimately, in the end, you just don't want to get too attached to all your stuff. Because there will be a point where you're not going to be able to enjoy it anymore. Should probably see if I can upgrade or combine into a new weapon. And what I'm going to do is actually bring Sue out. And then let's go ahead and use our heal. And actually what I'm going to do is actually leave her out for a little bit because she needs to get some better spells. This 20 hit points thing isn't really doing much. Inspired by Devil May Cry? A little bit. I think Limits of Innocence was probably a little more inspired. And this game shares much of Limits of Innocence's DNA. Oh, yeah. Whoa, this game! Whoa, yes! We are playing this game! That's right. It's actually kind of long overdue on my channel. I've been talking about it for years. I've actually been talking about how much I don't like it for years, and how I've been avoiding streaming it. But I finally broke down a couple weeks ago, started a new game on Twitch, and actually I warmed up to it. I'm glad I've gone back to it. It's a fun game. Man, drop some crystals, dude. Seriously. That's why I'm doing this. Well, I don't mind leveling up Hector as well, because that's gonna kind of come in handy when we have to do the tower. I'd say the combat feels a little bit better. I know what you mean by the combat in God of War not really feeling like... You don't really feel connected when you attack stuff in that game. I do like those games, though. I want to eventually beat them and go through them on stream. I'd say this feels better in that regard. But the combat is pretty basic. You notice I'm just doing a lot of the same strings over and over. I'd say you do have a lot more attack flexibility in God of War when it comes to your main character. Now, the thing that differentiates this between something like that is that you do have your familiars, which increases your attack abilities tenfold. But what attacks your familiars actually get is dependent on the types of crystals that they consume. So I'm using a sword right now, which forces enemies to drop red crystals. You've got blue crystals, you've got blue crystals, red crystals, yellow crystals, silver. And again, depending on what weapon you're using. Ooh, it makes that appear. I kind of like that, although that's really slow. It's not like the ones that appear after boss fights. This is why I wanted to grind out in these rooms, so I can get my fairy upgraded. Faster they level up, the more likely they're going to learn spells quickly. So it looks like enemies mainly respawn if you go up and down stairs. That's what I was kind of referring to earlier. I was like, why aren't these enemies respawning? It's like, oh, that's right, you have to go downstairs or upstairs. It's like it basically refreshes the whole floor, I think. I think that's what happens. But if you just go into another room, they're not going to respawn. Definitely gonna need to save it after this, though. It's a lot of grinding we've done. Ugh, these guys just... I hate how they just bounce all over the place. Sometimes you can just kill a bunch of them back to back. Other times they just hop everywhere and you just can't hit a single one. Alright, now we're getting some crystals. Another level up on my fairy. I tried blocking that and I failed. Alright, let's see where she's at. Alright, she's got 57 crystals. She needs 90. Okay. If we get 90, she'll upgrade to her final form. So we're gonna do that. And actually... Oh, she's only at... Okay, she's at 0 of everything else. Alright. Oh, that's right, there was green as well. Alright, see ya, Spike. Take care. Yeah, see, later on in the game, when you come back after you drain the water, these guys, I think, are like level 45 or something like that. So right now, they're only like level 15 or 16. So they're good for grinding out right now, but they're not giving me a ton of experience points. But later on in the game, they give you a lot of XP. So not only is it great for leveling up your familiars real fast, but it's also really good for just leveling up Hector. But one reason I'm grinding out on these guys is just to get my fairy kind of capped out. And then I can just focus on using my golem instead. And by being able to do that, I'll have my fairy where she needs to be for certain, you know, boss fights or situations. And then I can attack enemies or kill enemies faster for the rest of the playthrough by just using my golem. We're gonna get the bird type as well. The bird familiar type. I think after this place. So we'll be using him a lot too, because he's really good. Yeah, people speedrun this game. Yep. Speedruns take about... Well, I don't know where it's at now. But I watched a tiny bit of a run earlier today that was like an hour and 41 minutes. Let's just say the game took me about 20 hours running through it on Twitch casually. But I did spend time grinding. I did try to get a lot of the hidden stuff. Optional secret areas, things like that. Okay, guys, could you stop attacking me all at once, please? I don't want to have to rely on blocking. I like just slicing and dicing. I don't know, Jeff. Just check back when you come back. It all depends on how I feel, man, because I got no sleep last night. And I've just been pushing my body too hard, so I feel like I'm coming on with a cold. We're at 3.5 hours right now. I might go another hour. I might go another 3. It just all depends on how I feel. I mean, if I could push myself harder, I'd like to, because I don't have to wake up until like 10:30 tomorrow morning. One good thing about my part-time job is that, you know, I start in the, start around noon, so I don't have to wake up at 6 like I do normally at my main job. Hey, Leo. Drop some freaking crystals, please. It would be really great. I don't need hearts, I need crystals. There you go. Actually, go ahead and hit me a bunch. I want to test out this this spell. Hey, Blue Thunder, welcome. There we go. Tiramisu. Okay, let's test this out. We're at 136. That's not bad. That was almost 100. But it's not really useful when you've got a bunch of enemies around you. Oh, don't give me that your health comes first. Bullshit, Jeff. Everyone says that. It's like, nope, I'm gonna work myself to death. Thank you. No risk, no reward, right? Alright, after this room, I'm gonna get healed. I'm gonna see where my golem's at. She still needs to level up more, though. She needs to get some other spells. Like, her healing needs to upgrade, for instance. She's only got healing level 1, which is not ideal. And her timed heal just doesn't really seem to give you much back. Unless there's a timed heal level 2 that I don't know about, which is entirely possible. Alright, let's see. He's only at 14. Let's do the... here. Oh, I can't even look at the other one. I have to bring the other one out before I can look at it. It's so goofy. Her ability power skyrockets as she levels. Okay. So maybe what I'll do is I'll focus on getting her levels up later on where I can level her up faster. Ah! Shit, he's already at the final tier. God damn it. That sucks. I actually wanted a different golem. Yeah, that sucks. Oh well, I have to build a new one if I want to do that. And I can do that. I just don't. Yeah, whatever. We'll just roll with it. Alright, so I think I definitely want to not go down the stairs. Nice, he stunned him. Yeah. Alright, there we go. It's that part where we were grinding out. We're gonna come back to that later. Oh, no, I know, Lord. This isn't my first playthrough. Yeah, I know how it all works. It is complex, and that's what's cool about it. That's what's cool about it. Tons of replay value. And due to the, you know, more RPG-like nature, I mean, even after you beat the game, you can just go right back in and just try to, you know, try to get every build completed, basically. Every familiar build or innocent devil build. I mean, you can be as like basic as you want or as complex as you want. It's really cool. That's definitely the strength of the game. It might have some really kind of cruddy area design. But it sort of makes up for it with its, you know, in-depth, involved gameplay. Like I kind of mentioned earlier in the stream, I do think you have to put effort into it, though, to get the most out of it. If you just try to rush through it on your first playthrough, and you don't really take advantage of the various gameplay systems, then you're not going to get much out of it. Alright, could you move? Thank you. He was blocking my material. Don't ever do that again, corpsey. Or your ass is gonna be grass. No, I'm just kidding. You can't kill your familiars. But you can put them away, though. I'm trying to use this again. Well, let's do Aura Blast. It's still okay. The Heavenly Sword's better, though. These dogs like to go underground, and they'll pop back up at you. If you time it right, you can do a perfect guard as they jump out. Love those crystals. Though I don't know if he actually gets anything if he upgrades, or if he gets more crystals. Because he's already at his max evolution. Some familiars will give you another ability if you know, you get a certain amount of crystals after they're maxed out on their evolution. Now I'm getting hungry again. It's been almost 5 hours since I ate. Should have registered this as a memorial ticket location. So I was expecting this to be a really long stream, so what I did was I used up a free pizza coupon I had for Domino's. grabbed that, then I went and got fast food on top of that. Just as like my pre-stream meal. And so I have a whole pizza just kind of waiting for me for a quick snack. Alright, we have to go this way. I think I'll push it off a little bit though. So I can jump down there if I want. But I don't want to, because then I have to walk my way all the way back up. Alright, see you, Kevin. Looks like our viewership is dropping. Wonder if we'll see a second wave. Sometimes we do when I start to stream late. All the people on the West Coast start popping in. Guys like Jeff, who had to run out and do some errands. Because for him right now, it's like almost 5 p.m. Yeah, a lot of times we'll have a second wave. I was trying to guard there and I failed. Bone Storm. Okay, let's try that out. Apparently, Bone Storm's pretty good. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Doesn't look like it homes in on enemies, though. That's pretty badass. It's a lot like the bone attack from the bird type. I think we're actually getting close-ish to the boss area. Yeah, I do like that. It's actually really good. Damn. Alright, now I'm glad we evolved to this guy, because I've never seen this. It's just... okay. Yeah, just a regular potion. Got it. Yeah, not all that great at a distance, but up close, it wrecks pretty hard. G-Man Sigil review? I mean... crap? But, I mean, it was a while ago. I don't... I thought Sigil was great. Alright, making progress. Oh yeah, we're definitely close to the boss area. Nice. I like it when Hector levels up. What level are we at? 21. Not too bad so far. Alright, so this area right here actually is the lead up to Dracula's castle, but it's currently flooded, so we can't get to it. We're going to magically appear here later on in the playthrough. Alright, I don't need to be here. What I will do is come down here. And I'm gonna go ahead and just leave that potion. But what I will do is mark the map. I don't really need to. We're not gonna be able to access that until later as well. Actually, I might be able to get over there right away with the bird. Actually, yeah, I might actually get over there. I think that's the way we're supposed to go, so never mind. I didn't need to mark that. I was thinking it was a different secret that required the level 2 glide ability, which you'll see the level 1 glide in just a few moments. Yeah, Leo, I don't think you were. Otherwise you would remember it. But funny enough, I actually already had it copied, so there it is if you want to add it to like a watch later list or something. And that's for anyone else that wants to check out the Lament of Innocence stream. That only took us like 6 hours to play through. I was pretty surprised. So he does actually turn around. That's good. Nice. Yeah, that bone thing is really good. I was actually kind of disappointed I wasn't gonna have my sort of Mercury styled golem attack at the end, but I think this bone attack will make up for it. Let me just look at that. It's crazy. Yeah, so eventually this water will drain too, and there's a treasure chest down here that you can't see right now. Told you. Alright, so these Spirit of Fugees, you don't get them very often. So you might want to craft with them selectively. Alright, and here's our bird type. Cansar? Seriously? Okay, I actually don't want anything cancer related in my name. So we'll just, I don't know. Hello. Cankar? Yeah, so what I was talking about these rooms is if you look up, you can actually see a ceiling. And it actually looks pretty sweet. In most areas of the game, you'll look up and you can't actually see anything because the ceiling is so damn high. So you can't really appreciate the backgrounds or the environments like you can, or like you should be able to. Yair? Welcome to the stream. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and save it. Oh man, I'm so tired right now. Why did you have to not get any sleep last night? It's very rare these days that I'm sleepless. It's probably from the alcohol over the weekend. I completely forgot I drank over the weekend. And if I do that, I'll start to have restless sleep. Which is why I try not to drink very often. That could very well be why I didn't get any sleep last night. Alright. So, let's try to not bang into an invisible wall here. Because it does happen. It's really annoying. Alright, making progress.
That is why I am telling you this.
Voices. Who could it be? Do not go beyond your bounds. You mustn't speak nor act upon matters related to fate. You had better refrain from saying anything unsuitable.
Oh, that is correct, of course. But what about you? Is it not ludicrous for you to be guiding a traveler in these circumstances?
I am merely lending assistance to one who is seeking what he already desires. It is the same with the curse.
That's ridiculous. You have different rules for yourself.
This discourse is at an end. I cannot have you interfering any...
I will keep returning until the day you finally surrender.
No one escapes from me.
Whoa.
So, those two are enemies.
All right. Let's see what we can combine. Zweihander is probably going to be something I probably don't want. No axes yet, but helmet. Alright, I will do that. Well, Screw it. I'll do it anyway. Yeah, the Nodachi is way too big. I don't like using it. It's like a big sword. All right. Yeah, so we're just gonna stick with this sword for a little while. Oops. Okay. Unfortunately, my bird doesn't really do much right now. But he will eventually. He turns into a badass. Bird's actually one of my favorite familiars because of some of his attacks. Where are we at? Chat's gotten a little quiet. What's going on, everybody? How's everybody doing? Looks like it's about 8 p.m. on the East Coast here. I meant to jump, I did it way too late. Boom. Perfect guard. You are fine. Word. Getting those crystals. Let's actually see what he needs to level up. So let's go to his chart. He needs 40. Okay. Oops. You know, I was thinking about this earlier. Like, I wonder if this is faster than dodge rolling everywhere. No, I don't think it is. It's probably faster downstairs, though. Or hills. Stuffing your face with a sandwich. Nice. I am getting hungry. I probably should go snack, but I'm gonna try to push it off as long as I can. It's only been 4 hours since I started the stream. And I don't want to go snack if I'm not gonna go for like 2 or 3 more hours. I don't know. But I also don't want to get hangry. Hate it when I get hangry. You know what? Yeah, that's actually a really good point, Lord. I think I'm gonna do just that. Because now I'm talking about it, I'm like, I should get some food. So, let me go do that. I will be right back. Give me about just a couple minutes. Woo! I ended up eating like half the pizza. But it was Domino's thin crust, so eating half of a Domino's thin crust pizza is like having 2 or 3 regular slices. 2 or 3 slices of their regular hand tossed. Oh, I feel better now. Yeah, you like the background crest line, JD? My my little lamp here is actually kind of running out of batteries. Actually, give me a second. Let me replace the batteries real quick. Yeah, I'm actually surprised the batteries have died already. I just replaced them a couple, like 2 weeks ago? Then again, I don't know if these batteries had been used before. I don't think they were used. Oh, actually, it looks like it might have a little port for a AC adapter. It's got a little slot with 2 pins on it. I'm gonna have to look into that. I'd rather just leave it plugged in, never have it die. Yeah, I really love this light. I'm gonna actually turn it off after I switch scenes because... What? There's no point in leaving it on because I don't have a webcam during the gameplay. Yeah. Pretty sweet, huh? My mom bought a 3-pack for like 10 or 15 bucks a couple years ago. One was green with ghosts in it, another was orange with pumpkins in it, and then another was purple with, might have been like bats or spiders or something. They all look pretty cool. Alright, hold on one more second. Oh, Major Havoc's out there too. What's going on, man? Welcome back. Good to see you. All right. Yeah, it is a good game, Major. Level up. So for those of you guys that know Patchouli, my cat, I've got a chair up right next to me. She's just chilling on. She'll hang out in here with me while I'm streaming. That's exactly what she's doing. I didn't want to get too close to that wall. Or the entryway, I should say. Oh, this is a chair. Nice. I missed this last time. Stump stool. A rough seat made by the pioneers who cleared this area. Its coarse surface is hard on the rear. There we go. I never noticed that before. That's good. Hey, Jay. Yeah, man, I mean, I want to try to knock out every Castlevania eventually. I've actually grown somewhat fond of this one. I didn't like it when it first came out, but after doing my recent practice playthrough of it, I started to enjoy it. So it's nice to have this one knocked out. Yeah, she's doing well, Major Havoc. Hey, Sane. There we go, finally. Skullwing. Oh, it just looped around. Okay. Well, we're gonna go back through it again because I want to take that other path. Carpet bombs. Carpet bombs are okay. I don't use them much, but it at least gives him some kind of offensive attack to start. They are lower quality, yeah, it's not just you. And I think, you know what's funny is I think they might even look worse on the eyes in the Xbox version because of how it just smooths out everything. So it's even less impressive on the Xbox because you're like, this is an Xbox. This should... Where's my bump mapping and stuff like that, you know? I don't know. It's actually been a long time since I played the Xbox version. Now I want to fire it up, but unfortunately, my Xbox is soft locked right now. No, it's not, Jay. It's actually worse than Lament. It's much worse. It's one samey looking hallway after another. Now, one way you could say it is improved is that it's not a hub-based game like Lament is. So the areas are actually interconnected. Still in a very basic manner. You usually only have one entrance and one exit. Later on in the game, you'll find secret entrances to link the areas, but there's not a lot of point in going back and forth between some of the areas just because of how few actual secrets and whatnot there are. But yeah, things are actually interconnected. Yeah, if this is your first time seeing the game, Jay, no, you'll start to know what I mean really quick. I mean, it doesn't mean the game isn't fun, you know, it's just not as good as it probably could have been. That's the big issue with these 3D Castlevania games on the PS2 or during the PS2 era, is like they just weren't as fleshed out as they could have been. They had some really good things about them, and then they had some really other lazy things about them, or lazy aspects. Level design in particular. Yeah, and it made sense, Sane, because that's what people wanted. Like, everyone just wanted another Symphony of the Night. And they kept trying to ape that formula in, like, every game they did after Symphony. To some degree or another. Oh, shit. I might actually... No, we'll be fine. Okay. Well, those bombs are actually pretty powerful. Alright. Gotta give them credit. They're actually decent. Really decent on the big enemies, that's for sure. Major Havoc, it's just the same as... How Series X is going to do original Xbox games is the same as the Xbox One currently does, which is... Only a select handful of titles are compatible. I think the list is like 30 something. That's it. I never played Chaos Legion. Is that actually any good? I wouldn't mind trying it. Yeah, no, it's not going to play all original Xbox games. I wish it would. But how they handle backwards compatibility is still really good overall. A lot of Xbox 360 games are compatible. And most of them will run better on the newer hardware, which is the great thing about it. It actually improves the performance. Some games even got 4K patches. And then it's going to work with all Xbox One games. So you're still going to technically have 4 generations of games on it. And hopefully they'll add to the backwards compatibility list later on. Come on, Patchy. Ugh. That's one thing I don't like, though, is having to switch. It's like, you're wasting my time, game. At least I can take advantage of her healing functionality. Whee. Yep, so now we're back at the beginning. Yeah, so for me, I wanted a Series X, not really because of the new games, but because it's basically going to be a current Xbox One, but on crack. Like many of you guys know, I still do a lot of gaming on my Xbox One. In particular with the backwards compatible stuff. And it's just going to do all that my current Xbox One does, but way better. You know, it's Xbox, more so than PlayStation, in my opinion, is turning into like a PC-style ecosystem where you're able to bring your old games forward, and like on PCs, they're going to work better. So, like, that's pretty valuable to me. Getting those performance boosts it's a boon. It's great. You know, having a game that, like, probably couldn't even hit 30 frames a second before, now it's going to be locked 30, or if it's got a variable refresh rate, it will even go to 60. And the game just becomes so much more enjoyable. But then, you know, I'll have the opportunity to play some of the new games too when they start trickling out. The launch lineup for the Xbox in particular doesn't impress me at all. Halo was probably the only game I really wanted to try, but even that I'll be able to play on PC when it comes out. It's probably wiser for me to play on PC, because my PC is still more capable than these consoles are. But all that backwards compatibility, yeah, it's good stuff. And even Xbox One games will run better on it. Just like when the Xbox One X ran many games much better than you know, the Xbox One S. It'll be the same effect, just even better, even more of a difference. It's great. Sony's saying that the PS5 is going to be backwards compatible with PS4 games. I hope it has the same kind of performance effect on PS4 games as Microsoft's system will on Xbox One games. Yeah, we talked about this, I think, last week on my Doom stream, 3DO Doom stream. Is like, sometimes when I build a new computer, the first thing I do is not play new games. Like, I play old games and see how much better they are. Well, the same lady did the soundtrack for both games, Sane, so that's probably why. I believe it was the same person. Mm-hmm. Yep. Can't miss it. So I actually don't want to come this way yet. Going the other way I think actually takes us to the tower I wanted to go to. A complete wimp. I don't really agree with that. I mean, if you actually follow the story, I don't think he really could have done much. I think Hector in the show is just acting intelligently. If he tried revolting against any of the characters that he eventually had to succumb to, they would have murdered him. It's not wimpiness, it's intelligence. I am interested to see where they're going to be able to take his character, especially given how Season 3 ended. We already talked about this earlier in the stream. I mean, honestly, in this game, he's also just kind of a douchebag. I much prefer his Netflix character. It's so much better. Yeah, it's called chess. Yeah, exactly, guns. Gold heal? You gotta be kidding me. I can spend money to heal myself? That doesn't seem worth it at all. Alright, so I think this is our tower. So we're gonna go ahead and attempt it. I should be able to get through it. God damn it, man. These guys are so annoying. The game's not really designed with flying enemies in mind, so it just feels so awkward whenever you have to jump up and attack someone. You'd ideally have a familiar that's got some kind of projectile that'll lock onto them. Which at this point, I guess I technically do with my golem. Oh, nice, Major Havoc. I had a Lords of Shadow t-shirt. I still actually have it, but it's worn into the ground completely. It's got holes everywhere. I actually should go on eBay to see if I could find another one. Jesus Christ, man. You don't like what you did with what they did with Isaac? I think Isaac's great in the show, man. I don't know about being overpowered. He almost had it in for himself with the Legion. You guys even watch the show? Did you guys actually analyze it? Or did you just like make these accusations about it? Or did you not watch season 3? Oh, you've got the Lords of Shadow one too? You never wore it. Alright, let's try to get this guy upgraded. You haven't seen season 3 yet? Well, why don't you watch that before you start talking? Holy fuck. We're on a totally different wavelength, man. I've seen season 3. And holy crap, the stuff that happens in that is... I just spoiled an episode in season 3, by the way. Thanks, Sane. You should have told me that before you started complaining about it. Sorry for the spoilers, guys. What I said doesn't actually happen. Just go into it. Yeah, it never happens. Just don't listen to me. Oh, I wanted to use my potion. Oh yes, we got Bone Shot. I love this. This is one of my favorites. Hell yeah. Bone Shot is amazing. Yeah, you need to watch season 3, guys. It's really good. Alright, let's go ahead and use that potion. This is the first tower, yeah. We're not going to try the second one, obviously. We're way too low level. I think we'll be fine on this tower. Making progress. So this tower has 50 levels to it. Sometimes they'll drop a $20 bill, $20 coin. Look at how amazing Bone Shot is. This is why the bird type is one of my favorites. Doesn't even use up that many hearts. Oops. I don't need that. Well, it's less broken later on in the game when enemies actually take a lot of hits to take down. Yeah, we're gonna be good in this tower. I don't think we're gonna have any problems. Oh, yeah, that would be really cool if you could have multiple IDs out. Innocent Devils. That'd be great. Especially in the last boss. I'd really like that. You mean their personalities being annoying in the game? Or the show? I think their personalities in the game are really annoying. The show, I really like how the characters were developed. In the show? Yeah, no. I like the characters in the show. Alright, so we got the long glide, actually. That's really good. I mean, if you've never seen the show, for one, why are you starting on Season 3? But two, yeah, I did mention earlier where it's a little jarring at first, but you get used to it. Because, like, they're dropping F-bombs and whatnot. You're like, this is weird. But you get used to it. By not putting them in there. Well, we were talking about that, too. And they, you know, they're doing a Season 4, so maybe they'll bring them in. I mean, we've already talked about it earlier, but there are characters that are definitely not coming back in Season 4. For one reason or another. And in a show about lots of murder and death, you can probably guess why they're not coming back, if you've never seen it. So maybe they'll have room to fit in Grant, you know? You have watched the show before. Why did you need to watch season 3 to realize the characters are annoying to you? Wouldn't you have figured that out in season 1 or 2? Probably season 1. You guys confuse me. I don't remember them eluding the grant at all, no. Oh man, finally. What? Is that official guns, or are you just joking? Oh, that was meat. So occasionally meat drops from candles. And it gives you a decent chunk of health back. You don't know how to put it, really. Well, I mean, you gotta watch the whole season, man. Don't judge a book by its cover or its first chapter. Oh, another meat. Nice. Oh, that didn't give me much. You get meats, drumsticks with like 2 of them on one. And that'll give you way more. I just ate some pizza about an hour, close to an hour ago. Alright, so these guys with the dinos, you want to get rid of the dinos ASAP because they'll start running around like they're on crack. Be a little aggravating. Oh, here we go. There we go. Large meat. The Colorado debate. They're both clowns. What does it matter? You're like Trevor and Cypher in the season 1, then become the a la carte show. Yeah, I think season 3 balanced out all the character arcs much better. I know what you mean. I think pretty much all the different characters had relatively even screen time. There were many, many different, like, plot lines in Season 3. I don't want to say anything more, because again, there's a lot of people in here that haven't seen it, so I don't want to talk too much about it. Ah, just another regular potion that I don't really need. Yeah, they look cool until you have to fight them. Yeah, those bombs are pretty good against those ogres. These guys can steal some of your items, and if you kill them, they'll give you your items back. It's best just to not have them touch you if you can avoid it. Alright, see ya, Ruben. Is there still one left? You little fucker. Get out of my game so I can progress. Oh yeah, if you miss the timing, it's just oof. Especially in the second tower. You miss that timing, man. You can be like 2 or 3 shot. I don't even remember what floor we're on. It tells you every time you enter a new room. Let's see what floor we're on. 40! Alright, nice. We're almost there. Oh, nice, Major Havoc. Yeah, I wanted to do Maximo this October, but I've never beaten the game, so it's like I'm probably not going to be able to do it this year. Unless I just do it off Halloween, or like, I mean off season. Instead of doing it during October, I just do it some other time. But the thing is, like, these games, views-wise, probably have the most interest in October. But I also hate, like, waiting to play these games. 'Cause I've been meaning to do Maximo for a long time. I mean, I'm only, like, 20 years overdue on actually beating that game. Just from a personal angle. Yeah, Misumama. It's a non-linear action RPG. You're not gonna beat it in 2 hours. Unless you're speedrunning. Like, what did you expect? This is not a traditional linear Castlevania game. Although, honestly, 5 hours isn't very long for, for a game like this. We're probably not even halfway through the game, honestly. Deadly Absorb. Not a fan of that one. Doesn't really... It gives you a little bit of health back, but it's not much at all. It's not worth the magic points it costs to use. Or the hearts, I should say. It's more about story than the gameplay? No, it's mostly about the gameplay. But it also has story. RPG doesn't necessarily mean story. It's definitely something you think of when you hear the term RPG, but generally, first and foremost, it's experience points, leveling up, character customization, that sort of stuff. Story can come second in an RPG, like if you're playing an East game. Or if you're playing Curse of Darkness. This is more like an action game with RPG elements. That's more or less what I'd call it. But you've got... I can't access the map here. But you've got interconnected areas. It's an open world in that regard. Yeah, I probably should dabble more with fist weapons, but I think I'll have to do it on a future playthrough. Alright, we're getting close. 47. 47 out of 50. Alright, so these are lightning versions of these guys. Then I think they give us ice versions. Alright, my little guy is gone. So let's bring out the golem. Yeah, second tower is kind of like a secret in its own right. I can actually access it right now. Oh, look at that. Yeah, we're gonna eventually switch to axe later on. Yeah, so basically this floor, 50th floor, this first tower, allows you a third slot, which I can't do anything with. Not yet. Alright, they try to combine some stuff. I think number 14 helmet's probably going to be better, so I'm not going to do the other one. Favorite third-person shooter games? It's a good question. Third-person shooters, man. I don't play a lot of third-person shooters, honestly. I mean, I'd say Max Payne, the Max Payne games. Well, Max Payne 1 and 2, I really enjoyed those. I know I've played other third-person shooters, but I'm drawing blanks right now. Burning Rangers. I don't really know if I'd really call that a third-person shooter. Yeah, it's got some shooting, but it's more about its goofy-ass platforming that runs at 5 frames a second. Oh, EDF. See, I haven't played the EDF games. I want to. I want to pick up some of those on like PS3 and 360. I think some of those are fairly cheap now. Yeah, I mean, I liked what little I played of MDK and MDK2. I don't know, I'm trying to think. Vanquish, I barely played. You wound me, good sir. Yeah, I mean, Burning Rangers is one of those games I didn't like back in the day, because even back then it ran like trash, and it was really hard to get into. But it is something I will be going back to, absolutely. So, I mean, I might have a change in opinion. I had a change in opinion on this piece of crap game. Oh no, I said it. It was a piece of crap game to me. Now it's not. It's a slightly less crappy game. No, I'm just kidding. I enjoy it. I think it's a good game. I don't think it's a great game, but I think it's a good game. Hopefully that gives me a couple points back and you're... Auto aim, I think it's good to have the option for auto aim. So what you want to do here is, you'll notice there's a second tower. You want to have the bird, and you want to fly towards the moon, and then it'll automatically warp you to that other tower. We are not going to mess around with that because we'll probably die in 1 or 2 hits on the other tower. So what I'm going to do is just fall right back down. Oh, they have them on Steam. Okay. Okay. Oh, these guys drop sun tears. I didn't realize that. That's actually a pretty good material. Only thing I don't like about the bone shot on these guys is that they just bounce all over the place like they're a pinball or something. Which makes it hard for me to follow up with melee attacks. You guys mentioned the Siphon Filter games, and I haven't really played many of them, no. I played the first one just a teensy tiny bit on the PS1 Classic. That's about it. I want to play Lost Planet. I remember dabbling with that a little bit back in the day. It seemed like a really solid game. That's kind of on my to-do list. Alright, let's save it. We just went at 50 floors, so I definitely want to save it. I know I played a lot of other third-person shooters. Like I said, I'm just drawing a blank right now. I'm tired and worn out and focusing on the game. But if more come to mind over the course of the stream, I'll definitely let you know. I know I've played a lot more. Alright, so we're going to take a left. I liked the first Gears of War. I played that a lot when it came out. But I've seen some of the EDF games in action. I know I would probably enjoy those. Okay, unfortunately, I think one of these areas we're actually not going to be able to access because I don't have the right ability. Yeah. I need the hip press here. We're supposed to smash through. Brute force is mainly like that's for these sort of very specific moments in the game where it's actually required to progress. That area I could have gone to down there if I had the hip press. It's optional. It's not mandatory, but it would have been nice to go down there. I don't believe it's mandatory anyway. Alright, so we're gonna come on down here. You guys are gonna laugh at this one. I actually enjoy C, the Contra adventure. That's actually technically a third-person shooter for like 80% of the game. It's not great, but I have a soft spot for it. Not Legacy of War. That one is... that one's weird. I have put a lot of time in that one too, though, regretfully. Oh, I can't get it. It's out of bounds. Alright, teleporter. Look at that. Yeah, I mean, ego. Not everyone can be perfect. See, the Contra Adventure is actually one of those games where I think it's actually a decent game in its own right. It's just not a decent Contra game because of the direction they took it in. The 2D levels, I think, are actually fine. You know, they require you to learn the boss patterns and whatnot, like old school Contra. But then it turns into like a behind-the-back third-person shooter. And it's like, okay, this is weird. I will say, even in the third-person modes, though, the bosses are still pretty good. It's definitely a highlight of the game. And it's one of those games that shouldn't have been called Contra. But I think it's still a fun game in its own right. You don't see it around a lot, so I don't think a lot of people gave it a chance. Oh, Blazing Chrome is awesome. This weekend for a live stream, I'm gonna try 2 guns, yeah. Yeah, Contra 4 was excellent, man. I mean, I thought Shattered Soldier was great too, and I like Neo Contra. But I wouldn't call... I mean, some people think Shattered Soldier is a top-tier Contra game. I haven't put enough time into it. But Hardcore is absolutely a top-tier Contra game. Dark Sector, no, but I wanted to. It looks pretty neat. Yeah, Guns, I'm gonna try to stream every Saturday this month. Normally I don't stream on Saturdays, on YouTube anyway. Especially now that I'm working 2 jobs. It's nice having a full day off, not having to stream or anything. But it's October, and I always try to up my content in October. None of those hit that candle. Gun Crazy, never heard of it, no. Oh, that's my guy. Alright. Let's go this way. Oh, well, I mean, very few Contras actually have good story, if you ask me. Either that or they're just extremely basic, and it's obviously not their focus. Dude, some of the stuff that happens in Neo Contra, though, is absolutely, like, meme levels of craziness. Like, there's a great part in the game where the level starts off, you see the camera you know, positioned above your characters, and you can tell they're running. Well, then it zooms down, and you're fucking running on top of helicopter blades. It's like, dude, you can't make this stuff up. It's like the developers obviously had a good time making that one. Sky Odyssey on PS2? Yeah, I didn't like it. That was the one, it was like a free roaming, you know... Well, normally we'd call them space sims or flight sims, flight action games or whatever. Yeah, no, I didn't care for it. I thought it was gonna be a rail shooter, like Star Fox or something. Oops, I totally forgot to, equip my helmet. Yeah, I wasn't a fan, Leo. I'm gonna assume this is a heavy weapon. No? Actually, I've been using a weaker weapon this whole time, too. Nice. Okay. Yeah, same here, JD. Yep. Oh, nice, Micah. It's an excellent game. You're gonna love it. Let's just do it. Frogmouth Helm. I'll go ahead and do that too. Yeah, I didn't think they were going to be useful at all, but I just wanted to make sure. Okay. Let's go ahead and bring her out real quick just to heal ourselves. Oh wait, no, Sky Odyssey... No, I'm thinking of a different game, Leo. Sorry. Sky Odyssey is the one where you're more like flying through courses. I like that one. I haven't put a lot of time into it. Sorry, I thought you meant, I think it's Sky Gunner. I think it's something like Sky Gunner on PS2. That's the one that I didn't like that much. Now, Sky Odyssey's pretty cool. I want to put more time into it. Sorry, I just... Ugh. Yeah, I'm thinking of a totally different game. Yeah, Sky Odyssey actually seemed pretty neat. That was a very early PS2 game. Yeah, exactly. That's a good description. Okay, so let's bring him back out. Looks like, well... So she's already out. Let's see... We'll go ahead and leave her out. And see if we can get her to level up a little bit more. Alright, see ya, Lord. Take care. Thanks for hanging out. Much appreciated. Actually, you know what? I'm going to bring back out one of the offensive guys, because this is going to take way too long. I'll just grind out the ferry later on. There's some good spots later on that are good for grinding. Hey, Greg. Okay, I just completely went the wrong way. God damn you, map. Alright, whatever, we'll just go this way. Hey, T-Bone. I'm doing alright, thank you. Making decent progress at this game. Yep, it's pretty much the same thing, yeah. Not a fan of it. I really wish they incorporated some kind of other item that allowed you to speed things up. Or at least make the areas shorter, you know, instead of having these long, drawn-out hallways. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so this is the room right here where you have to have the ride ability for your golem, but I don't have that. I evolved in past that, so I can't do this room. We're definitely not walking all the way down to the bottom. It's just a waste of time. Nice, another evolution. Yeah, Ocarina of Time's another one I want to do. I've never beaten that game either. I talk about that a lot on here. I think I mentioned it on my Doom stream last week. Or maybe it was Ghosts and Goblins, I don't remember. Ignition blow. That one's alright. Just throws fireball projectiles at your enemies. It's okay. The bone shot is honestly his best attack, if you ask me. Well, it depends on how far ahead of schedule I am with my Let's Plays, Leo. Remember, with the 2 jobs, it's harder to play games like that. Only reason I powered through this game the way I did is because I wanted to do it for October. It's Castlevania, I have to do it. Zelda has lower priority. Yeah, I don't think I'll have problems with how well it's aged, because I did try playing it about 10 years ago, and even then it was super dated, and I played it for about 6 or 7 hours, and I did really enjoy what I played. So, it's just one of those things. I know it's going to be a really time-consuming experience. The save room secret? It was before the Wyvern boss, and I wasn't able to find it. This guy, you kind of want to be careful. He has fast attacks, and they're really powerful. I do think he's actually harder in Boss Rush, though. The bosses were buffed in Boss Rush, which is weird. Boom, perfect guard. That was a little close. Yeah, all Zelda games I've played have had spooky aspects to them. I mean, right down to the very first and second Zeldas. It's one thing I've always liked about those games. I don't know if my familiar actually got any experience from that. I'm gonna guess not. Alright, I don't think it really matters which way we go here. Yeah, I've seen videos on Majora's. It looks like a pretty good game. Yeah, these just loop around. Alright, it actually looks like that's probably where I need to go, so I actually want to go the other way first, just to have my map filled out. And I think this will loop back around to where I started. These guys with the shields, you notice I'm just doing my 1-2 attack. It kind of like breaks through their shield. Teleporter. Yeah, Micah, I'm there with you, man. I mean, that's a big reason why I like the Dark Souls games. I mean, obviously it comes down to the gameplay, but it's that combination of that lonely, spooky feeling combined with basically the atmosphere combined with everything else. The sound design helps accentuate that. And then the enemy types, you know, they're creepy in nature. It's probably going to be an enemy rush here. Oh, this is the room! How did I miss this last time? I missed this room completely last time I played this. This is the room with all your chairs. I do like, wow, so even the cannon counts as a chair. And the save chair. It'd be cool if you could actually save your game here. That's great. This is actually the first time I've seen this. Alright. This game just got a few points in my book, too. I was like, let me just see what's down here. Boom, there's the chair room I was talking about earlier. You can shoot the targets as well. Yeah, don't you get, like, a gun as one of your special weapons? Oh, you shoot them with the cannon chair. Oh, okay. That's hilarious. You see, you know, now that I think about it, I think I missed the teleporter there on my last playthrough as well. I thought I cleared everything in this area, but apparently not. So when I wanted to come back for the health increase, so I'm going to come back this way and show you. I had to walk all the way back here. Because apparently I missed the teleporter, but now there's a teleporter nearby, so that'll make life a lot easier. Jeez. This town has so many different routes to take. Yeah, right here. So I'm gonna definitely mark that just so I don't forget it. I know it's already around. It's around here somewhere, but well, he's held up for about 6 hours so far, our ego. So I think he'll be fine. He's got a high tolerance for this sort of thing. You gotta remember, he gets it all out during the cutscenes when he goes, I'm Hector, I'm so angry. You know, with that top tier exposition. Yeah, this just loops right back around. Flame breath. Flame breath is pretty good. Level up. What level am I at right now? 31. Not bad. Alright, I kind of want to save the carbon steel. I don't know, they don't appear very often. Oh shit. I thought I had white steel. God damn it. Ah. Yeah, I don't think I want to do that. Well... yeah, I used the white steel. Shit. Alright, well, let's go ahead and do that. Need another Spirit of Fuji. Yeah, I'd rather use my current weapon than the rapier. Well, you see, the thing is, Danya, is that people don't perceive 5s as just average. They perceive a 5, even though it's technically it means average. It's the middle of the road, right? Usually an average game to most people is like a 7. And so, yeah, it was kind of rated below average in, I think, most people's eyes. And honestly, that's exactly how I felt when it came out. And I didn't even read reviews when this game came out. I just played through it. I had to force myself through this game. I did not enjoy myself really at all. That's why I've looked at it with such a sour viewpoint ever since I first finished it. But like I said at the beginning of the stream, like, you really need to get into its gameplay systems if you want to get the most out of it. If you just run into it like it's a mindless Symphony of the Night, like, you're gonna tune out pretty quickly. Because it's so repetitious, and so many aspects of it are mediocre at best. The level design, in particular. It's a game that requires you to you know, play around with the familiars, try to experiment with them, stuff like that. Alright, see ya, Micah. I mean, and like, the story doesn't do it any favors either. You gotta admit. Alright, I wonder if I should go down that hallway. Ugh. Let's do it just to make sure. There actually are some things I do like about the story. It's just the way it's told, I think is very poor. It's one of those games where it's like... it's so lazily Japanese. Like in the very beginning, when Hector meets Isaac, they just... you know, they just throw it all out on the table, exposition-wise, like... you are my sworn enemy, blah blah blah, because you did this and you did that. It's like... that's not how people talk to each other, you know? And it's not a convincing way to tell a story. And then later on in the game, Zed turns out to be Death. He's like, oh, I was playing you like a chess piece all along. The idea was to get you to become Dracula, blah blah blah. But Isaac will do instead. Spoilers, by the way. And so they just have to spell everything out for you. It's just, you know, maybe the story itself really isn't that bad. It's just the way it's told is really awful. Oh, I had to fight you just to test you. God damn. It's not good, you know? I prefer higher quality storytelling. If you're gonna tell a story, make it damn good. Otherwise, just don't do it at all. Even back then, that's how I felt, you know? I had a hard time articulating it. Alright, let's take the right-hand path first, because I think it's we're gonna have to come back anyway. It's one reason why I actually don't like a lot of, like, modern pop culture Hollywood movie affairs, because it's a lot of the same type of stuff. It's just like, we have to spell it all out to the audience because we have to appeal to the lowest common denominator, aka the person that's sitting on their phone and not paying attention to the movie, you know, in the theater. Instead of, you know, the people that actually want to use their brains when they, you know, watch film or have a story be told on screen. It's like, I'm not 10 anymore, guys. Come on. Yeah, no, the gameplay is fun, yeah. But, I mean, there are a lot of people out there that say that, you know, it's all about the gameplay. It doesn't matter about anything else. And I have to disagree, because it's the whole package. The best games have the best of everything. Or mostly the best of everything. Like Symphony of the Night wasn't perfect with its voice acting, you know? But the rest of what it did great, you know? And even a lot of its voice acting is fine. It's just very specific moments, I think, are the ones that that make it seem terrible overall. Yeah, so many areas that just like loop around here. Yeah, again, like I said earlier on in the playthrough, I don't have all this stuff memorized, which is why you see me referring to my map so much. Well, I think most people probably still have to refer to their map. Maybe not most people, but I think a lot of players probably still have to, just because of the nature of how all these areas look. It's all very samey. There are very few distinct landmarks in this game. Unless you're like speedrunning and really studying the game hard, you're gonna have to refer to your map a lot. We're nearing the 6-hour mark, so it's actually... It might... Not right now, I'm not gonna say right now it's a good time to quit, but I think maybe in the next hour it might be a good time to quit. No map challenge, oh god. No thanks. You guys can do it, I'll pass. Help yourselves. It'll be a new kind of run, or be a no map run. And look, that just looped all the way around. That area up there, that's definitely going to be a safe spot. You can tell just by the shape of the room. Now this game would be going a lot faster if I wasn't trying to kill every enemy I saw. But it really does help you make the game be a lot easier in the later parts. Some of the later boss fights are quite challenging. Like Dracula's second form is tough. His first form is pretty easy when you know what to do. And then Legion. Legion's a really tough boss. Again, its first form is pretty easy, but its second form is probably the hardest boss in the game, actually. So, the more I can get leveled up, then the better. And we're at level 32. Alright, see ya, Major Havoc. Alright, I'm poisoned. Yeah, one of the downsides of being poisoned is that you take constant damage, and it'll actually take you out of your combos. You actually have to fight Saint Germain shortly. And when you fight him, he's got this speed up mechanic where time will speed up. And he can poison you in the fight. It's really dangerous. He'll poison you, and then time will speed up. And then so it'll be like, boom, 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 just constant. You'll be getting interrupted constantly. Your health will be depleting really fast, and you won't be able to attack because the poison interrupts your attacks. Yeah, exactly. It's very, very forced. And what I hate about a lot of the Castlevania games that are focused on story is a lot of their stories are very much forced. Which sucks because, like, some of them have really good themes, you know? Oh, nice. These guys dropped white steel. I need a bunch of those. I wonder if they're going to respawn. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's too done. Is, yeah, if you're not leveled up enough, then that can give you trouble, for sure. Also, as the boss fights progress in the game, it becomes harder and harder to just spam your attacks and win. Like, you actually have to start learning some of their patterns if you want to survive. Learning how to perfect guard here and there, or dodge rolling at the right times. The first couple bosses, you can just mash the attack buttons and win. But as the game progresses, it doesn't really work like that anymore. The claymore. More clay, please. Lobster tail pod. You know what would have been really nice, actually, is if they actually showed the equipment on your body. That was a missed opportunity. Like, I want to see that lobster tail helmet. I mean, just the name alone is great. Alright, so he's at level 31. Alright, I'm gonna bring him back out for now. Get him leveled up. One thing I do like to do is try to level up everyone relatively evenly. It's better to do it that way than to have, say, one guy be super high leveled and everyone else be low level. It's very easy to just stick with one familiar when you play this game. Yeah, I played it on release, and then I think I played it once more, but only for like a half an hour, so it doesn't really count for anything. So yeah, when I went back to it last week, it was very, very foggy for me. It was almost like, not a completely brand new game. I still recognized a bunch of areas, but it still felt more like a new game than not. That's why it's good to go back to old games that you played a long time ago and you may not have enjoyed that much. You know, your tastes and expectations change. And your memory starts failing as you get older. So what you remembered isn't necessarily true. A lot of those visuals that are still resonating in your mind aren't actually 100% accurate. And actually, in a lot of cases, they end up being much less accurate than you remember, than you think you remember. Much less accurate than your brain's constantly visualizing to you and projecting to you. Also, playing this game with the strategy guide helps a ton. That way you don't have to run around in circles. That makes a big difference in enjoyment. Because as you can tell, it's borderline painful running around in this game, going to places you don't really want to be going to. With how long all these hallways are and how slow Hector moves. Well, it's still addictive when you're not running around in circles and getting lost. Like I did on my first playthrough. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. We gotta go back. Unless this hits a dead end, I don't remember. My Innocent Devil's constantly leveling up at least, which is nice. So he's currently at level 30. Oh, that's actually really good, because I think he was at like 27 before. Blah, 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 blah. Wrecked. Oh, there's another one. There it is, JD. Bench. A simple bench. Its paint warm from wind and rain, often found in meeting places, has a retro feel. Oh, that's great. Every time I want to complain about the game, a chair appears and I sit down in it. I think that was the developer's intention all along. Like, we can make a really lazy game, but then just throw out goofy chairs and people will love it. As long as it makes them smile. No, you can't take damage while sitting. Wait, no, you can. Because you have to sit in Dracula's chair. And he can actually hit you out of the animation. Okay, could you stop stealing my stuff, please? Alright, see ya, Crestline. It's a lot of enemies. Wind ring. Actually, you know what, JD? I don't know if you can take damage. Oh. Well, that's new to me. I don't know if you can take damage while actually sitting, but I do know that you can get knocked out of trying to get into a chair. That much I do know. That's cool. I didn't know about that shortcut. Not that we're gonna actually use it again. But yeah. One gold, that's it. You know, with the huge bags they carry around, you'd think they'd be loaded. That should be the gimmick with these guys. Like, you steal from the thieves and you get tons of money. Decipher. Wait, what the hell is Decipher? Oh, Decipher must mean, it just must be one of her, like, attacks. Like, poisons an attack. Some kind of ability she just uses automatically. Oh, really? See, I didn't know that. Okay. Yeah, there are a bunch of places like that. Yeah, as you can tell, those guys can throw their lances. Oh, come on. No, it did it again. Push the button. Wonder if it's a throwback to not Resident Evil, Symphony of the Night, where one of the demon familiars has to push a button for you. Looking forward to playing Symphony of the Night on PSP. The one in the Dracula X Chronicles. I've never actually played all the way through it, so I don't really know what the changes are. I know there's different scripting and voice acting. I mean, yeah, I after going back to this, I think it's actually more interesting than Lament of Innocence overall. Like, again, that's just the ways that, you know, the directions you can take your familiars into is what makes it interesting. And then if you want to try to get all the, you know, the combination equipment or this stuff here, that's pretty interesting. Yeah, still nothing. Yeah, it adds a lot of replay value. Adds a lot to the replay value. Lament of Innocence, though, I think is much more aesthetically pleasing. It's got much better atmosphere. The visuals are nicer. And honestly, I think the base combat in that game might even be more enjoyable. But the variety you get with Hector's arsenal, I think, makes up for that. And you notice I'm not doing too many different combo strings here with this sword. It's not like it's super deep in that regard. Alright, so we're gonna have to eventually come here. So let me actually go ahead and mark this just so I don't forget. Oops, wrong one. There we go. Alright, we're close to 6.5 hours. I want my fairy to level up higher and get some more abilities, but honestly, it doesn't seem like she's going to give us a whole lot. Her heal spell still hasn't upgraded. Okay, that's fine. Just leave it. Just wanted to make sure that... Well, let's go ahead and trigger it anyway. I think you just have to access the room, and then you can teleport to it. I don't think you have to actually sit in the chair. Yeah, I think I'm fine. Oh, no, I'm very, very tired, yeah. I've been pushing through, though. I feel better now than I did when I started. I felt like I was getting sick when I started, and I still feel worn out, but I don't... I have a cold feeling isn't as prevalent now as it was earlier. Drinking lots of water and getting some food, I think, helped. As you can probably see, you know, I'll try to do a quick combo on these guys and they'll get pushed away and then I'll just dodge roll towards them. Or quick step towards them. This isn't Dark Souls. But whenever games have mechanics like dodging, I think, oh, dodge roll like Dark Souls. Alright. I know there's gonna be... Yeah. I think this is either where we fight Isaac or Saint Germain. I think it's where we fight Isaac for the first time. And I think we're going to get our mage type familiar after this boss. Yep, there it is. Speaking of water, I should finish it up.
So, you've caught up already.
Isaac!
It's still too soon, but all the same. I'll test your abilities and see how much of your power has been restored. Come on!
Alright. Let's bring her back out, just get some health back. So there's a different gimmick when you fight Isaac later on, where you have to actually attack his familiar.
Ah, how gratifying. Your power is indeed returning, but it's still not enough.
Brother, stop!
Julia! Return! Abel! Brother? What an annoying interruption. Well, so be it. It's still too early to finish you anyway. Regain more of your power first. You'll need it all if you hope to kill me.
You are not getting away!
No! Let him go!
So, I was taken in. You were in league with Isaac all along!
Think what you like, but I do wish for you to stop him honestly.
Then why did you keep me from him?
Because it is too soon! You still lack the strength and spirit to defeat him.
I know that my strength is still growing. But what do you mean by my spirit?
You must understand this. My brother is in the venomous grip of Lord Dracula's curse. The desires of a single man mean nothing. The curse rules him.
Then go with Belmont or one of his vampire slayers. Someone you can be sure of.
No, Hector. You must be the one to defeat him. My brother has always respected you. Only you can free him from the curse. And also, if you are the one to slay him, only then could I live with it.
I understand.
Sure.
Of course, he is your brother. Forgive me. I was vexed. I did not mean to offend. I will take my leave of you now.
Even in pre-rendered cutscenes, objects still clip through their bodies.
Be vigilant, Hector.
Oh, man.
I have an ill feeling. It bodes not well.
Why is my hair so clean and shiny? All right. Yep, mage type. Alright, this little guy could be pretty cool. What's his name gonna be? Daytona? Seriously? Daytona! Let's go away! Daytona! Yeah, so his special deal is time stop that we pretty much have to use in this next part coming up. Alright, you gotta do this time stop here. Otherwise the candles blow out and a gate comes up. See, like that. You can't fool me, candles. I've played this before. Ha 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 ha. You know, it's a time stop right now. He uses a lot of his magic, so I don't want to abuse it just yet. He's got some really good abilities later on, though. Oh, these guys drop carbon steel, huh? I definitely need that for upgrades. All right. I wonder if he's gonna spawn them back in. Oh. Alright, so we have to use time stop here as well. And you have a few seconds to go up these stairs, but you can freeze time. Lightning strike. It's a little bit better. Alright, well, let's try to go this way first. Pretty sure there's a safe spot nearby. I wish this guy had more hearts to work with. Alright, where is he at upgrade-wise? 24. He needs 40. Okay, yeah, I'm on the right path. There's a safe spot right over here. Let's save it first, just in case. I have actually died here, and I had to fight Isaac all over again. So we're gonna play it safe and just save it. I do want to get this guy upgraded, though, because he's got some really good spells later on. Sure. Alright, so we're gonna have to come back here. This area in the middle, it's kind of like a an elevator. I think it's one of the only parts in the game where something works like that. You'll understand what I mean once we get to it. You can use time stop on enemies as well. And when you've killed an enemy, you won't be able to do any more damage to them. So you'll notice that numbers will stop appearing. Yep. Yeah, some of the areas in this game are just kind of pointless too. Like, it just, you know, areas just loop into one another. Like, what was the point of all that? I mean, there might be some secrets I'm missing or something, but I highly doubt there was anything important in that series of corridors. Good time to save it again. Yeah, and I forgot that I had marked the save spot. I keep forgetting I can just warp right back to it, but again, like I've said it a dozen times already, it's I love just going through and killing the enemies because I'm constantly working towards building my familiar levels and abilities, and even Hector's experience points, you know, he levels up too, so I have a tendency of not warping through even though I said I was going to. There are a couple of hallways like these, though, that do have some areas we can go, or some walls we can go underneath. I do like using time stop on the flying enemies because, you know, they just move all over the place. And that could be aggravating. So you just freeze them in place. Yeah, it uses a lot of hearts, but, you know, you can end up killing 2 or 3 enemies without having to chase after them. So those rotating columns, you have to smack those, and the elevator will go up. That's why the camera's focusing on them. Now if you hit the other one, it'll go back down. But we don't want to do that. You can see we're on a totally different floor now. And there's another elevator at the end. That's kind of the gimmick of this place. You do, JD, just not that elevator. There we go. Evolution. Daytona! Let's go away! Let's go away! And my cat meows right afterwards. I want to play some Daytona USA now. But only after playing Sega Rally first. Hey, Patchy. Yeah, so we got some harpies now. I do wish the candles would give you hearts so you can replenish a little bit. Although I kind of understand why they don't, because then you could just farm candles all day long. I have played it a little bit back in the day, but I haven't played it recently. And I never made it very far either. I want to actually try to play through that game. Maybe do a stream of it here. I didn't realize Iga had worked on that one. Maybe sometime after October I'll try to make it a point to try that game. I've owned it for a long time. Yeah, I had a feeling it was something like that. Same engine. Aside from the drab environments, does it do anything to differentiate itself from Curse of Darkness and Lament of Innocence? Alright, so I'm going to mark this right here, because we will come back to do that. Teleportation. Way less RPG elements, even more combat focus, even more dialogue and story. Oh, jeez. Because I guess he really thought that was a necessity. It's what everyone's asking for. Probably would have been a good time to warp somewhere else and save it. Get this guy's health back. This actually isn't a bad one to use right here, the floating bee. Because of all the flea men. Castlevania Ninja Gaiden? No. People call it Castlevania Pokemon. I don't quite agree with that description either, but It's a better description. Alright, let's use that. Just about to hit the 7-hour mark. A little bit longer than I was expecting to be able to go. That's good. The longer I go in one sitting, the less time it's going to take for us to finish the game in our second sitting. So the farthest I can get here, the better. And that means I can do an extra stream of something else in October, instead of doing 3 Curse of Darkness streams. Or I can do a third and do like Trevor mode or something, you know? Which will go a lot faster. No guns. I did a lot of painkiller earlier on in the year, so there's really no more painkiller to do. Well, I mean, yeah, no. I was gonna say, I try to do like painkiller overdose, but, I'm good. So goofy. Wonder how long it took him to design this room. Someone had to actually build this room, by the way. A game designer. I think that's probably the problem with this game. They spent all their time on that one room. They didn't have enough time to work on the rest of the game. I think Painkiller is kind of on the easy side, if you ask me. Enemies are so slow. It's very easy to not miss. Save spot. It's a great shotgun. Yeah, Painkillers is an excellent shotgun. It's not very good long range, but when you're up close, it feels really satisfying. Enemies fly into the distance because of its blast. It's, yeah, it's awesome. Alright, this, I think, is the Saint Germain fight. I might be able to do this with just this little guy. I actually went through this place pretty quickly. Much faster than I expected.
Oh! An unexpected guest.
So, Zed hasn't slain you yet?
I see you were spying on us. But I am an expert at miraculous escapes. Despite that, however, I have fallen into his trap at last.
Trap? What trap?
Well, the space itself is a barrier. Which leads me to question, how did you get here?
On foot. There were no barriers.
Interesting. Most interesting. Yes, that is quite possible.
What are you saying?
Well, in this space, I may be partially freed of the fess of time. Well, that means I can have a direct physical effect here. For example, I could fight you.
So is that your intent? To stop me by force?
Not exactly. By fighting you, all that I need to know will be revealed.
It's one nice top hat, man. Alright, so the big thing about this fight, you want to watch out for his, this is teleportation sword attack. Oh, come on, again? And it'll poison you. That one, the green one. And he's got a gimmick that not many other bosses have, which is he actually has a second health bar. Oh, so I got poisoned? I want to make sure I use a serum right away. And a high potion while I'm at it. Because he might fast forward time, and you do not want him to do that when you're poisoned. Extreme top hat. He's got these thorns that appear from the ground. You can parry those. God, I want to play through God Hand sometime. Alright, second health bar. And I'm going to use my regular potions because I can get them back easily. Yeah, and he's got a gun now. He'll start shooting. Alright, so use the serum again. First thing you want to do. Do not want to play around with that. It's one of the only times I died at a boss in this game. It was when he poisoned me and then sped up time. One thing I can also try to do is parry and get my little guy back so he gets experience points. Let's see if we can do it. Yep, he's back. I don't know if they get experience like when they're dead. I don't think they do. You can get their life bar back by doing perfect guards.
Time, or rather, fate, truly is.
Just who are you?
A traveler. Only half here. Not allowed to speak the truth. Not allowed to act upon reality. Yet, one who knows all. That about covers it.
I see. Not allowed to speak the truth.
Please forget everything I have told you. A traveler merely passes through, touching nothing, changing nothing. But there is one thing I can tell you.
What is that?
I feel a new destiny flowing out of you. Walk the path that is meant for you, without fear, for you are no longer alone. Give my regards to Zed when you see him.
All right. Just want to make sure there aren't any other items in here. I doubt it. Yeah, I didn't think so. I wonder if you can get in there eventually. I also doubt that. All right. All right, so our next familiar, this is our last one. Technically, you can get a sixth one, the pumpkin, but we're not gonna do that. Golgon. Golgano. Yeah, so we get the magic circle, which is how we access quite a few different things in this game. These guys are really aggressive too. They can do some real damage to enemies. They don't really have many meaningful specials or spells that they get or abilities. Like attack-wise. It's mostly about the magic circle. You can get magic circles that do attack, but they're not very powerful. They just drain their life energy. It's not worth it. But this is what you do. Just like that. Rooms that require you to use the magic circle will typically have hearts in them so you can get out of said room. Yeah, unfortunately, just because we got to the boss doesn't mean that this whole area is over with. We still have a lot more to go. Later, JD, not right now. There's no attack right now. You get one where, like, spikes come up, things like that. There are a couple of different attack types. Yeah, so like right here. You know what I just realized? Jeff said that he was gonna run errands and then he'd check back in later, and he never checked back in. I'm sad now. We didn't get a lot of goofy Jeff quips tonight. Unless he's out there lurking. So there's this brooch right here. Wearing this, all damage suffered will be borne by your innocent devil, which I don't really like this one. I don't want my innocent devils to take damage, because when they do, I have a less likelihood of being able to use their specials. So it's not something I use. Now there is a similar one that you can get, where it's about experience points. So all your experience points for Hector will be sacrificed and sent to your innocent devil, which means you can level up your devils a lot faster. So that's a pretty cool one. Really good when you're trying to just grind out. Look at that, we're back outside. Alright, let's see where I want to go. Alright, first place I want to go is... I want to go get that life up. Let's see. All those X's. 1, 2. And it looks like I've pretty much done everything here, which is good. I do have to get back to the top, though. Yeah. So I'm probably gonna have to come back through here and backtrack, unfortunately, which is gonna suck, but, you know, whatever. But at least I can just run past all the enemies. Okay. I think it's probably this one. Yeah. Alright, let's see what we've got here. Ooh, Zagnol. This is a good one. We're probably going to switch over to that. When's the next Jaguar stream? Whenever I get a Jaguar flash cart. Which might not be all that long. It looks like Saint is doing a board run for his Jag game drive. I don't know. Until I get a Jag flash cart, no more Jag streams because I don't have any Jag games. Unless you want to see Jaguar Doom for the 100th time. Are you the one that always asks about the next Jaguar stream? There's one person that keeps asking me when I'm going to stream Jaguar, and I keep giving them the same damn answer. If it's not you, I apologize, but... Ugh. I don't have Cybermorph. And I've already done a Cybermorph stream. Already did one. Not gonna do another anytime soon. You asked months ago? Well, I got the same answer for you, man. If my answer changed, you would see Jaguar streams. Trust me. I love the system, the games are way too expensive. I just don't have any. Yes, you will have to wait, because there's not much choice. Alright, let's get this part done. We have to backtrack a little bit. Yeah, so we'll probably end up taking this weapon to the end of the game. It's very powerful. I like the speed of that sword, though. Given the choice, Jaguar or 3DO? Both. That's my answer. Unless, like, you're thinking about buying one, like... If you mean, like, just my own personal preference, I mean, I don't know. I kind of put them on a similar level. They're very different systems, though. 3DO actually has some software that could be considered AAA on other systems. Jaguar doesn't have a lot of that. Jaguar's got a lot of, like, B-tier games. Which is fine. They're really fun, but... Jaguar doesn't have something like Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, you know? Oh, there's Jeff. I just asked about you like 15 minutes ago. I was like, he's probably lurking. But I mean, if you're talking like, if you need an honest recommendation because you're thinking about buying one, then I would probably go with 3DO. It's a lot cheaper. You can burn the games. And I think it's probably a better library overall. More choice. Jaguar has a much better homebrew community, though. There's brand new games released all the time on the system. But I don't really... You know, when you get into systems like the 3DO and Jaguar, where they're not, like, top-tier consoles... They're consoles I really enjoy, but they're not top-tier by any stretch. It's hard to really just prefer one or the other. It's just like... I just go through phases where... Sometimes I want to play Jaguar, sometimes I want to play 3DO. But having access to the games is the big issue. Yeah, there's quite a few fun imports, Jeff. Yeah. Yeah, see, there's another teleporter up top, and that's actually where we have to go. I barely played Mirror of Fate. That's one of the few Castlevania games I haven't finished yet. I didn't really like it when I first tried it, so I didn't make it very far. I played maybe a half an hour, and that's it. But that's one I plan on revisiting. I have the HD version, so when I go back to play it, I'll play that version. Some Game Wave. Jeff, I remember when you recommended that to me. And you're like, hey, Ross has them. I'm like, Ross? Of all places? We have a Ross right up the street. And I went up, and sure enough, yep. They had one. It was like 20 bucks or 30 bucks, something like that. I did an unboxing and testing video with my mom. She thought I was pretty cool. I still have that video up, I'm pretty sure. Zap it, Game Wave. Here you go, JD. Here's your canon game. Shame I don't get anything special for doing that. It'd be awesome if I got an item. Yeah, but I mean, what can't be used as a standard DVD player? I mean, aside from a 3DO. Haha! Zing! I mean, pretty much everything after the PS2 could be used as a standard DVD player. Even the Nuon! Do-do. Yeah, I mean PS2, Xbox, Nuon, Game Wave. Ironically, it's Nintendo platforms that can't be used as standard DVD players, like Wii. Although I think there's a third-party app you can download with the Homebrew channel to get your Wii to play DVDs. I think. I'm gonna have to look into that. All right. So I do kind of need to go back here anyway. Well, yeah, I mean, no, there is. Can you chop open the GameCube case to fit a standard DVD? I don't know. I'm gonna say maybe not. But the Wii can't play DVDs out of the box, neither can the Wii U, which was really disappointing, actually. And Wii U's, I think, use a form of Blu-ray, so, like, it would have been awesome if it could play Blu-rays, but nope. Nintendo's gotta be Nintendo. Alright, so we're gonna backtrack this way. But Xbox, Xbox 360, Xbox One, PS2, 3, 4, they all play DVDs. A lot of your messages are delayed, JD. You might want to refresh. I've got low latency turned on, so if your internet connection is decent, you should be able to see your responses a lot faster. Yeah, I noticed like you would be responding to something like 5 or 10 minutes later. I'd be like, oh yeah, he's delayed. Yeah, Jeff, I ended up selling my Game Wave a few years ago. I don't generally try to sell my consoles, but it was one of those things I had never used again. And I couldn't really find any of the games either, and most of the games were just quiz titles, and there is one, like, sort of match 3 style puzzle game or something like that. Yeah. You know, I don't mind, like, quiz games when you're, like family-friendly quiz games. If you're playing with a group of people, they're actually still kind of fun. It's not the usual type of thing I play, but it's just like, when my parents bought the Wii, you know, we would, like, get together and do, like, the Wii Votes channel and whatever. And we would play like Wii Sports and stuff like that, and it was fun. And Game Wave is more like, here's a digital version of like a trivia game, Trivial Pursuit or something like that. And like that stuff can be fun when you're playing with your family. I never played on my own, but it can be fun in groups. No, I never streamed the Game Wave. I did a video like 10 years ago, but I've never streamed it. Yeah, you're thinking of someone else. Yeah, definitely, Greg. I agree. Oh, I'm not at the right place. Okay. You might be thinking the Nuon or something, Mario. Yeah, actually, I wanted to go back to the 3DO versus Jaguar thing, and oh no, I am going the wrong way. Shit. 3DO has many more games than the Jaguar, but Jaguar's got enough stuff on it that you can't get on 3DO that I still really enjoy. You know, stuff like Tempest 2000, Super Burnout. its version of Wolfenstein 3D is unique enough to differentiate it between a 3DO1. Differentiate it to the 3DO1. Yeah, stuff like that. Can't get Rayman on 3DO. Yeah, and you know what, Jeff? I want to get a hyperscan just to stream it. Well, not everything had Rayman, Crestline. Actually, you know what? I don't think there's anywhere else for me to go in this place. This place is so confusing. Because this is just going to lead us right back to the boss room. Physical releases. Just go to Atari Age. You can see all of them. Or a lot of them. Yeah, Atari Age sells them on their website. Alright, what I'm going to do is, instead of saving here, I'm going to go back to Julia's shop. I'm just going to do it this way.
Come on in. What can I get you today? Incubate a new one? Will that do it?
Sorry.
Will that do it?
Hello.
Anything else? What can I get you to? What will it be today? Will that do it?
Oh, man.
Will that anything else? It looks like you don't have enough money. Will that do it? Anything else? Thanks as always.
Jeez.
What can I get you today?
You know what I could do is actually sell some stuff.
Too bad.
Too bad.
What will it be today?
Too bad.
What will it be? Too bad. What will too bad? What will too bad? What will too bad? What too bad? Thanks as always. What can I get you?
Wait, what did I just sell? I hope I didn't sell something important.
What will it be today?
Yeah, so I have a lot of materials in certain cases. So sometimes what I'll do is I'll, you know, take some of these.
Will that do it? Thank you.
Get a quick 500 bucks.
Will that anything else?
That sort of thing. This is how you can get cash pretty quickly.
Will that anything else? Will that anything else?
I don't really have a need for cash because, I mean, the store is pretty much,
Thanks as always. What will it
you know,
be today?
there's nothing for me to buy. Oh, high potion. I do need that.
Will that thank you? Will that thank you?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks as always. What will it be? Thanks as always. What can I get you to? Thanks as always. What can I get you? What will it too bad?
Too bad.
Too bad.
Too bad.
What will it be too bad?
Too bad.
Thanks as always.
Thanks as always.
Take care.
Take care. These are the 5 different things I say. And that's it. too bad. Man, I'm trying to think if I should keep... If I should keep going with this. Or if I should just stop here. I'm trying to remember how much more game I have left. I still want to try to do the second tower. And I definitely want to do Legion. And I probably want to come back and try to get some extra items. So like down here, when you clear out the water, you reveal a brand new area and it goes all the way up here. Giving you some decent items. I don't know. Yeah, same here, Jeff. I want to try to beat that game. I actually started a new game earlier this year on Windows 98. And I didn't get very far. I think I played for about an hour. But it seemed pretty good. Alright, so we need to go to Cordova Center. Yeah, they do. Crestline and Xbox. I don't remember if they made a GameCube version, but it's definitely on PS2 and Xbox. Alright, I'm going the wrong way. Let's zoom back out. Yeah, and Half-Life on PS2 apparently supports keyboard and mouse as well. Which version do I think is best? PC, of course. If you mean just the console ones, Xbox. Switch back over. You didn't know that, Crestline? Dude, it's a really common game. Well, now you know, I guess. Oh man, where is she at with gems and stuff like that? 74. You never saw it all on consoles? Man, Crestline. Behind the times, my friend. About 19 years behind the times. But now you know. And it was supposed to come out on Dreamcast too, and there's a fully working prototype you can get and play. They pretty much canceled it, like when Sega declared the Dreamcast was dead. Or when Sega was pulling out of the hardware business. PS2 version's better of that, but it's still cool you can play it on Dreamcast. One nice thing about this area is that enemies have a tendency of just constantly respawning for a really long time, so I like to just wipe them all out as much as possible. Get my familiars leveled up. Anyone else? Nope. Oh, yeah. The ruins. Doesn't mean they didn't take full advantage of the platform. It just means that they didn't need that extra storage space. I mean, that was literally the only difference. I am doing well, thank you. I'll be doing better once I start sleeping. I'm really tired right now. I think I might try to go through this whole ruins section, and then we'll call it quits. And then we'll continue this maybe Saturday. Or maybe I'll save it for next week, and I'll just stream something different on Saturday. I don't know. Well, we always appreciate you, Crestline. It's always good having you. He never got released on PS2 in North America, right? Did it get released in other regions? Because I don't think that got released in North America on PS2. I've never seen it. Yeah, it was mainly PS1 and PC at the time, and Dreamcast. I'll have to look that one up, because I don't think it did get released over here, Jeff. Yeah, let me check real quick. Only in Europe. It came out on PS2, but only in Europe. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh yeah, there's the Game Boy Color version. I forgot about that. Infogram. Okay, I'm really not liking this fairy at all. I'm almost sort of tempted to craft another fairy and get her in the right direction. And she's probably maxed out on her abilities. I have no idea what this does. Oh, I misread it. I thought it said invisible vase or vase. It's invincible. Okay, that's actually pretty good. Maybe that makes up for her crappy healing options. Welcome back, Tony. Because, like, I can use that on the final boss. Screw you. Screw you. Screw you. Screw you. Oh, no, it's still in effect. Yeah, it seems to last for at least 10 seconds. Freaking kidding me, dude. These guys are more tedious than anything. And they just keep respawning. Like I said, in the ruins, guys just constantly respawn. It takes a while for them to stop. No. No, I didn't try to, Tony. I'm not gonna bother. That's not the goal of this playthrough. Yeah, I don't think you were watching, but I tried to get it on Twitch. I made a new devil and tried leveling him up, and I just leveled right past what I needed to do. Alright, I'm done. I'm done grinding on these guys. So I was just like, you know what, screw it. I don't need the item. It's not even that good. I think it's just like a health up or something. Which could be okay, but it's not really necessary. mean, I'd rather play this than Lords of Shadow. What the hell? I'd much rather play this than Lords of Shadow. Lords of Shadow is much better in, say, like, the story department, but its combat is kind of lacking. It's got a lot of, like, sort of platforming sections that just drag on and drag on and drag on. Lots of unnecessary puzzle segments, too, which also drag on and are really annoying to do. Yeah, one of these years I'm gonna get around to Lords of Shadow. I was trying to do it last year. I actually started a game on Twitch, and I got a couple hours into it. And then I just realized the collision detection in that game is garbage. And I just got really fed up trying to dodge boss attacks, have a massive gap between me and the attack, and it had me still take damage. That sort of stuff really pisses me off. Yeah, you still don't get that much health back for this one, man. So you really have to use the healing field when there are no enemies around, then you'll get 100 hit points back. 100 hit points-ish. Not on this playthrough, but I might do a separate stream later on where I do that. Devil Shard, I'm guessing. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I say a lot of things when I'm in the middle of these streams. I'm like, oh, I'm only going to stream for 3 or 4 hours. And then, like, you know, 8 hours later. So, I don't know. Maybe we'll finish part 2 and I'll be like, you know what? Screw it. Let's start Trevor mode right now. I don't know. But I think it would be better to separate it. Make it its own thing. And the second tower, I'd even thought about just doing, like, making a Let's Play of it instead of doing it on stream. Like, alright guys, welcome back to another Let's Play. Today we're going to be attempting the second tower. No, Tony, don't ever go yay. Never, ever go yay. Bad things happen when you go yay. Alright, I think my ferry is good. I'm gonna go back to some of my offensive guys. Daytona, let's go away. They actually named him Daytona. I just added a few A's as an homage to the Sega classic. Okay, could you not shoot at me, please? That'd be great. Yeah. Nice. Alright, no more. I'm not grinding out. God, I'm sick of these guys already. You gotta be kidding me, man. These are some of the most annoying enemies in the game. Alright, I'm switching up. Yeah, I don't have Purify. And I'm not getting Purify. But I got Bone Storm. Suck it. Oh, man. Oh, man. If I remember correctly, I think there's still a lot we have to do. Dude, I hate it when that happens, man. So I'll do the same thing, and I'll say, I want 3 beef burritos. And they'll add 2. I say, no, 3. 2? No, what? How does 3 sound like 2? It sounds nothing like 2. How are you hearing 2 when I say 3? Oh my god. Alright, come on, Sue. Do your thing. Heal me. Make me whole again. I'm gonna get some beef burritos tomorrow night, man. It's my daily ritual after I come out of my part-time job. Game playing Taco Bell. Yep, Mario. Mm-hmm. What are you talking about, Darren? I have no idea what you're talking about. Everyone knows the PlayStation 5 is coming out. Game playing Taco Bell with Austin. Yeah, whatever the joke was there, and that went right over my head, dude. Sorry. Alright, let me push forward here real quick. I want to say we're not anywhere near a boss. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Because I'm on PS2? Why is that abnormal for my channel? You know, we haven't actually had someone like that come in a while. We used to get people like that popping in, like, why are you playing this old stuff, bro? And I'm like, well, how did you find my channel, bro? But it hasn't happened in a long time. It's funny that you say that. Hey bro, you should just trade in your PS2, yo, and get a PS5, bro. Oh, we've had a few of those types in my chat. This is why I don't do Master System streams very often, because we get the Master System fanboys in here, and it's just... I hate them. Hate them with a passion. Listen, I don't get along very well with anyone that isn't really open to many different consoles. If you have to choose one or the other, then we're probably not going to get along. So there's that for starters. And then once you start getting into the fanboy territory and just spewing out nonsense... the Master System is so much better than the NES. It's like, no. And the NES and Famicom's extra 1,500 games proves that. But I appreciate both. I've been playing Master System a lot lately, in particular. On my Mister. Yeah, I can't run a Master System stream without a couple of fanboys dropping in and just being total dickwads. So they ruin it for everyone. Most consoles matter, Jeff. Most, not all. I wouldn't say the Hyperscan matters. Or the Game Wave matters. Although they do make for interesting or fun topics, at least. You know, just fun discussions. Oh, the one that used VHS tapes. Yeah, I forgot what that was called. I know what you're talking about. One of my friends had one growing up. Does the CDI matter? Maybe. I'm gonna give it a maybe. Yeah, Action Max. I think that was it. I think if you're truly into and passionate about video games, you won't be a fanboy towards any given platform. Because if you're gonna really dive into the libraries of lots of different platforms, and you're going to see the good in most systems you play, mainstream systems in particular, like there is no bad mainstream game console. And when I mean mainstream, I mean like popular, you know? So like your PlayStation, you know, your Genesis and Super Nintendo, you know, even your TurboGrafx, you know, stuff like that that made it to big box retail and stuck around for quite a while. They're going to have great games, and you're going to find stuff that you like. Unless you're one of those types of people that's like, I only play RPGs. No offense, RPG players. That's fine. I get it. But I also wouldn't say you're probably in the same kind of category as some of us that hang out in this stream. Because we're very much into lots of different things. And we like discovering what's out there. You don't like Dark Souls? Crestline? Come on, man. I was thinking about streaming that for October. So what I mean by like the, oh, I only play RPGs comment is like, well, if you only play RPGs, you're not going to like the Neo Geo or Neo Geo CD. That's what I mean by that, you know. There will be some preference, and you will, you know, prefer some systems over others. There's nothing wrong with that. But to, like, defend them vigorously is just it's just not good. My system's better than your system. I only date redheads. Yeah. It's not bad, you just can't get into it. You can't get into watching it? For shame, Crestline. For shame. Playing Dark Souls, gotcha. Yeah, no, it's definitely, I think, something that's ingrained to kids at a young age, Jeff. And I think it's also a side effect of growing up around adults that act the exact same damn way. And so to a kid, it's like, you know, they don't learn to think for themselves. Sometimes they eventually do. You know, like me. I only had Nintendo systems growing up, Game Gear aside. But once I got a Sega Genesis off a friend, and then shortly thereafter a Sega CD, it was like, oh man, this is amazing. And then from there on out, it was like, I wanted to try everything, you know? But there are people that don't ever change. I know one of my brother's best friends, and we always... I hate talking about people behind their backs because I don't usually do that. But this one particular guy, I roll my eyes every time my brother mentions him in a sentence. Because he's a hardcore, die-hard Sony fan. He bashes everything else that's not Sony. He only listens to like 3 different bands. And bashes everything that's not them. And it's like, dude, you know you're just like hardcore limiting yourself. And it's like, alright, if you just want to play your PlayStation, go for it.
You're not without skill.
But, you know, at least acknowledge that other options out there can be good. Don't be an idiot about it. You just, like, being that way, being so narrow-minded just makes you look like an idiot. It's like, you're so effing dumb. Then again, this is the same guy that when we tell him not to park under the canopies, you will get towed. He parks under the canopies and gets towed. So he is kind of dumb.
I need not linger here any longer.
Hey, Jeff. It is a very boring outlook, man.
Well, I will slay both of you without fail.
Thanks, Jeff. I appreciate it, dude.
So he escaped.
So I think this is gonna warp me back to another area of the game.
Can be no doubt of it then. You are indeed his enemy.
Just as I told you when we first met.
Be that as it may, I am the one who shall vanquish him. Your meddling is unwelcome. Leave him to me.
Leave it to Beaver.
Pity. How unfortunate. Such a rare opportunity squandered.
On the contrary, to obtain the vengeance
Thank you, Jeff.
Isaac must be slain by my hand alone. Ergo, nothing was lost.
Think you so? Then you shall be glad to know where he is bound.
And where might that be?
No, it's actual stupidity, Crestline.
How could I forget?
Well said.
Trust me on this one.
At the top of those ruins there is a hidden chamber. 'Tis there you shall find him.
Then that is where I must go. Ah, I'd almost forgotten. Saint Germain gives you his regards.
Saint Germain, you say? Did you meet him in the clock tower?
Just so. He pledged he would no longer interfere in this matter.
It cannot be. No, that is not possible. I must make haste to complete the final touches. I beg your leave. Adieu.
Yeah. Ah, oh, damn it. Man, I wish I wasn't so damn tired. We actually have the potential to beat the game in the next, like, 2.5 hours. Can't do it. Can't do it. I gotta be up at 10:30, and I need to get some good sleep tonight because I didn't sleep at all last night. So, what we do now is we have to go and we have to fight Trevor again. He's a lot harder. He does a lot more damage. I still want to go back and continue exploring the ruins just to get everything there. But yeah, what I'm going to do is find my next safe spot, and then we're going to go ahead and end the stream. And then I'll continue this. Maybe Saturday. Something like that. I want to find a safe spot before I go and do my thing. Alright, whatever. We're just going to do it this way. Well, actually... that's right, there's no teleporter here yet. It's like a hidden teleporter you can find. But I haven't found it. Shoot, man. Alright, whatever. But yeah, sleepy time and food time, Tony. Probably polish off the rest of that pizza. He just wiped out almost the entire room. Alright, there's a safe spot right here. That's good. Patchouli. Patchouli's on the floor cleaning her butt. Wait, what? Oh, I went the wrong way. Patchouli! People haven't had a Patchy sighting in a while. Ah, there we go. Safe spot. Patchouli! Oh, man. Oh, let's see. Patchouli. Hey, Patchouli. Patchouli, come here, babe. Come on, babe. Come on, babe. There she is. But alrighty, folks, that's gonna do it for me. So this is gonna end our part 1. We actually made it a lot farther than I expected. We're actually, I don't know, we're probably about 75% through the game. So, but yeah, I think I'm either gonna finish this off next week or I'm gonna stream it Saturday. I'm not quite sure yet. You're gonna have to give me a couple of days to think about it. Yeah, you have to give me a couple days to think about it, but I'll definitely schedule some sort of stream for Saturday. And yeah, maybe we'll just wrap this up Saturday. I don't know. Maybe not. We'll see. Yeah, thanks so much for hanging out, guys. I really appreciate it. Let's see. Thanks to Jeff Smith, Adam Pearson, and Spider1A for doing some donations on this stream. Much appreciated. It helps me out a lot. Yeah, so I really appreciate that. And thanks to everyone that just watched and hung out, and chatted, kept me company. Hopefully you enjoyed this partial playthrough. And I will definitely be back to finish it up. So, yeah, stay tuned for that. Remember, it's October as of 2020 doing this stream. And I'm trying to double up on content this month, so not only will I have Let's Plays every week like I normally do, but I'm going to be doing streams on Saturdays as well. So, yeah, watch out for those. I'm going to have some Doom Let's Plays coming up as well. I recorded them earlier this week. Some Doom Mod Let's Plays, which I haven't done in a while. I've done Doom streams, but not dedicated Let's Plays. So, watch out for those. And, hopefully I can knock out at least one more Castlevania ROM hack. Those of you guys that are patrons know what I'm talking about, but those that aren't patrons or channel members, you'll see that first ROM hack posted on Saturday, so watch out for that too. So Patchy is just all amped up right now. She's so energetic. She just wants the attention. Yeah, she's a cutie. She gets like this around around 12 a.m. She'll get all energetic and be like, pet me, pet me, pet me, pet me, pet me. Play with me, play with me. Give me belly rubs while I flop around. She likes the scratchies on the back by her tail. Cats, a lot of cats like that because they can't reach back there to clean. Or it's harder for them to reach back there. Actually, they can't really reach back there. It's very tough. So. But alrighty, guys, thanks for hanging out. You have yourselves a fantastic day or night, wherever you are in the world. And until the next one, take it easy.